Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, that mic's not on. It is? Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Doug Shipman, City Council President. Call the meeting to order this meeting Monday, August 1st, 2022. Regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. Welcome back from recess and a hearty first day of school to everybody who is attending. I know that we've had a little hiccup this morning with a fire alarm and everybody leaving the building and coming back in. We have a number of items, including several proclamations ahead of public comment. So I think the timing will work out just fine, that everybody who's on the list will be able to comment. I'll be mindful of that as we get to that part of the agenda. But with it called to order, let's do the roll call. Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Council President Shipman. Council members Bond.
Here.
Westmoreland.
Here.
Waits. Winston.
Here.
Hiroki.
Here.
Amos. Dozier. Bakhtiari. Juan. Shook. Norwood. Hillis. Boone. Overstreet. And Lewis. Quorum present.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll now move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of the scheduled meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Juan, and do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the adoption of the agenda? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objections to adoption of the agenda? Madam Deputy Clerk, could you please sound the unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent is 13 yeas, 2 absent.
13 yeas, 2 absent. The agenda, adoption of the agenda carries. We've now been joined for the record by Councilmember Hillis. We'll now move to the invocation today. It is a great honor to call forward APD Chaplain Mark House to provide us a word of invocation.
Let us pray. God of justice and mercy, thank you for the gift of life and the opportunity to serve the people of our city. Help us to act with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint. Give us a spirit of service. Remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us to see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. Father, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build community worthy of a human person. I pray that you guide us as always, satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Strengthen us as we make tough decisions. I pray that we will be like a well-watered garden, a spring whose water never fails. I pray that we will be fruitful. Father, please guide us so that this meeting can be productive. Let us be effective and decisive. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and your love. Amen.
While we're in a spirit of reflection, I would ask if there are any recognitions or moments of silence to recognize today. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first acknowledge the passing of a former teacher and mother of my classmate, Edwin Green, Mrs. Juanita Green, who passed during the council break and was funeralized last week. She was a dear and sweet woman and native Atlantan, graduate of Albany State and the Judson Price High School. She was a sweet person, and now she joins our classmate, Mr. Edwin Green, who passed before her in heaven. And then, of course, want to acknowledge the passing of the great Bill Russell, who I was blessed to have been in his presence many times during the course of my life. Not only was he the most decorated NBA ball player, having won 11 championships as a player and a coach with the Boston Celtics. As much of a giant as he was on the basketball court, he was even more so in his private life and in the civil rights movement, and he will dearly be missed. And then finally, Nichols, who was most famous for her role as Lieutenant Uhura on Star Trek, but was a phenomenal dancer, actress, and activist. It was Atlanta's native son, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that convinced her to stay on the show because after a few episodes that first season, she felt that her character was not being used. And they had a chance meeting on a airplane, and he convinced her to stay on and said that representation is extremely important. And she went on to aid NASA in recruiting the first African-American female, first minority astronauts. And I had the occasion a few years ago to give her a proclamation at Dragon Con. And so I was very, very giddy and excited to have met her. And of course, I gave her a kiss. You know, she and William Shatner had the first interracial kiss on television. And after I kissed her, I asked her, I said, was it better than Shatner? And she said no. But she was a wonderful lady, just a dynamic and sweet person. And so just want to acknowledge, those passings.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Any others? Councilmember Dozier.
Yes, I do want to acknowledge the passing of Dr. Adewale Troutman. He was once the director of the Fulton County Health and Wellness System. He developed the Federal REACH program here in Atlanta. He did a lot of work around the county's behavioral risk factor surveillance system. And he also taught at both Emory and the Morehouse School of Medicine. And so, like some of our other giants that have passed during recess, Dr. Troutman is one of them, and just wanted to acknowledge his passing in this body.
Thank you. Any others? Councilmember Waits.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this time. I just wanted to indicate I'm working on legislation surrounding the horse carriage industry, and I will be tabling that at this time. I will not be introducing anything, and I know some are here to speak to that, but I'm working with both sides of the conversation to make sure that it is balanced and pragmatic. And so for anyone that is here for that, I will not be introducing any legislation surrounding that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other moments of silence? Councilmember Shook?
Well, I just want to piggyback on Mr. Bond's comments. I was so heartbroken about Mr. Russell. 11 championships. I mean, that's more than, Brady, anybody. But then after that, to become this incredibly articulate, powerful voice for civil rights, and he had that big cackling laugh that I think kind of makes us all remember a particular uncle that we've each had who maybe didn't agree with all the time, but that you respected the hell out of. And so, an American treasure. If you ask me, the flag ought to be at half-staff, but thank you.
Any other comments at this time? Would you all please join me in a brief moment of silence to honor these and others who have passed? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Next, we'll move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First up today, Councilmember Alex Wan in recognition of Aid Atlanta.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Council President. I'd like to invite the members, the representatives from Aid Atlanta to come join me on the dais, please. As they are coming up, I just want to make a couple of remarks before I read the actual proclamation. When I began kind of my volunteerism here in Atlanta many years ago, I came out in 1990 and knew immediately that to be able to contribute back to my community, one of the biggest issues facing our community at the time was the HIV crisis. And Aid Atlanta was already established then and was leading the charge in terms of things like education and awareness, health support, medication, testing, treatment, even things like housing and other supportive resources. I remember vividly the first time I went to get tested in their facility on Peachtree Road. And at the time, you had to get tested and come back in 2 weeks, which were the longest 2 weeks of anybody's life waiting for those results. But Aid Atlanta has been there for 40 years. And I know at the time that Aid Atlanta was founded, the hope would be that in 40 years, there would not be a need for Aid Atlanta anymore, that we would have found a cure, would have eradicated the virus. But alas, we don't find ourselves in that position. And Aid Atlanta remains one of the leading, if not the leading, aid service organizations in Atlanta, in Georgia, and in the region. I also want to acknowledge the other aid service organizations that Aid Atlanta has supported and helped and nurtured and brought along the way in the fight. Folks that are involved in housing, like Jerusalem House, folks that are involved in supporting men and women and children and families that have been impacted by the disease, like Positive Impact. And most importantly, the work that everybody is doing in removing and fighting the stigma associated with this disease that, again, is still very much with us today, continues to take lives, and will continue to take lives until we find a cure and finally get rid of this disease. I want to thank the members of Aid Atlanta, their staff, their board, all the supporters. I think the work that they're doing is going to be even more important as we're seeing yet another outbreak and pandemic in the LGBT community, specifically monkeypox. I know that all the work that they've done, the example that they've set, and the infrastructure they have built will continue to be a valuable resource for Atlanta, for our county, and for our state. So with that, I'd like to just read passages of the proclamation. Whereas, wow. 30 years later, I can't read it with my glasses. All right, whereas the Atlanta City Council recognizes and honors Aid Atlanta for striving to reduce new HIV infections and to improve the quality of life of the community, and whereas the organization was founded by a group of friends in 1982 with the vision of building a grassroots campaign to promote awareness about HIV and AIDS and provide care for the loved ones in the community living with HIV and AIDS, and whereas Aid Atlanta is celebrating 40 years of saving and transforming lives across Metro Atlanta and the state of Georgia through embracing the core values of compassion, respect, service excellence, and integrity. And whereas since its inception, the organization has quickly expanded to offer a broad range of services to meet the needs of the community, Aid Atlanta's service delivery model has evolved to offer a full continuum of care, including medical case management, housing assistance, and emotional wellness care. And whereas in 2021, Aid Atlanta engaged with approximately 100,000 community members across the state under the leadership of Executive Director Nicole Roebuck, a 22-year veteran of the agency. Aid Atlanta is involved in several related committees, councils, and task force in Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby commend Aid Atlanta for the support it has provided to the community and recognize the Foundation's 40th anniversary as it continues its mission to provide services, care, and education. This is signed by Council President Shipman and all members of Council. So congratulations and thank you. I'm going to invite... So I'd like to invite Nicole Roebuck, the Executive Director, to speak a few words. I don't know if you want your board chair to speak as well, and then I'll invite council members who want to add anything as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to the Honorable President Doug Shipman, Honorable Council Member Alex Wan, honorable council members, and all of you special guests. For the last 40 years, Aid Atlanta has had a very important and impactful partnership with the City of Atlanta government, including the Mayor's Office and the Atlanta City Council. We have counted on you, depended on you, and on occasion demanded of you to stand together with us in the fight against HIV and AIDS. We thank you for the continued opportunity to be in partnership together on behalf of the over 40,000 citizens living with HIV and AIDS in the Atlanta metropolitan area. Too many people are depending on us to get this right, and I know together in partnership we will. In 1982, a small group of concerned friends decided to respond to the devastating impact that HIV and AIDS was having in their community by forming what we now know as Aid Atlanta. Aid Atlanta has been built on a foundation of a basic premise. We are our brothers and sisters' keepers. And to that end, we will care for, support, and advocate for their well-being at all costs. 40 years later, with a sound mission and a conglomerate of made-up minds, we have forged through the evolution of this disease, saving and transforming thousands of lives along the way. And for that, I am proud to stand here today. We don't do this work for your generous and gracious recognition, although it's very much appreciated. We do this work to remember those we have lost and to ensure that we lose no one else to this disease by working to prevent new HIV infections and providing the best care possible for our beloved community. I have the distinct honor of standing here with leaders of the city to accept this honor, but today is truly a recognition of the best, most brilliant, caring, and professional staff, all standing behind me, that have worked to make Aid Atlanta the organization that it is for 40 years and counting. Some of whom are here with us, behind us. You do the hard work, paid for by your blood, sweat, and tears. Today is about recognizing you and all of you singularly and collectively. I also want to recognize and thank the AIDS Healthcare Foundation for their unending support of us as an affiliate. Our partnership with AHF has allowed us to continue to achieve our mission and maintain our legacy. We truly hope not to be here again in 40 years accepting another award or recognition, because hopefully by then we will not only have a preventive vaccine for HIV that, as you may know, is on the horizon, but hopefully we will have a cure for HIV in our lifetime. It is with this hope that Aid Atlanta will continue to fulfill our mission. I humbly accept this proclamation on behalf of the clients we serve and the staff who have made it happen every day for the last 40 years. We are Aid Atlanta. On behalf of Aid Atlanta, I say again, thank you, Council Member Alex Wan. Thank you, President Doug Shipman, and thank you to the entire Atlanta City Council membership for this wonderful honor.
I now invite any council members who'd like to make any comments.
Very quickly, thank you, Councilmember Wan. The work that we do and Aid Atlanta does is extremely personal to me, as I've lost a stepbrother to the virus. And I just simply wanted to thank each of you for your work in the community. I'm actually a board member with INEAS, and I thank you, Zena, for allowing me to do this work with you. So again, thank you so much for recognizing this amazing work today. Thank you.
I just simply wanted to take a moment to showcase Aid Atlanta for 40 years has treated in a city that often has the highest rate of HIV in the state, very often the highest rate of HIV and AIDS in the Southeast. And that's because people come to Atlanta often when they are hopeless. They are facing a situation where their friends may not be supporting them, their community may not be supporting them, their family may not be supporting them. And they come to Atlanta for hope. Not only for healthcare hope, but for a community embrace. And I just want to say that I am so grateful that Aid Atlanta is in the hope business and has provided hope and has provided healing, not only for those who are from Atlanta, but for those who are not from Atlanta, who have come here desperate and have found a bastion and have found a respite. And I thank you for making Atlanta that place.
I want to say congratulations to Aid Atlanta on the 40 years of service that they provided to the city of Atlanta. If you take it in a biblical context, 40 years in the wilderness, being a balm in Gilead to help those who are in the greatest need. When we talk about teachers today, I mentioned one of my teachers that just passed, but the first person I knew that passed with AIDS was our teacher, Mrs. Gunn, from Douglas High School back in 1987. Then that was followed by several classmates, by Saladin Blackman, Patrick Zachary, many others, too many others. And so I just want to say congratulations again. I really do look forward to the day, though, that you are out of business from fighting this dread disease on our community. But just want to say that what you do is personal to all of us because we're all connected. We're all our brother and sister's keeper. And you all do a fantastic, awesome job at what you do to provide for those who are found to be in a situation that is unfathomable. But you provide that love, you provide that soothing, and we appreciate you for it. God bless you.
All right, thank you. I'll invite y'all to let's come to the well here and then have a picture taken.
Okay, next up is in recognition of Miss Joya Walker's retirement, Councilmember Boone.
Will those that are here to honor Joya Lynn Walker please come up? Good afternoon. Today we are here to honor a very special jewel of Atlanta, Joya Lynn Walker, graphic artist extraordinaire. Joya was born and raised in the Adamsville community, attended L.P. Miles Elementary School, Benjamin E. Mays High School, Florida A&M University. Whether it has been directional signs for every MPU in the city of Atlanta, whether it has been posters for citizens, directional signs, posters, every department Joya has produced for the city of Atlanta for nearly 30 years. Special Recognition Award presented to Joya Lynn Walker in recognition of your 25 years of service to the city of Atlanta. You have influenced and inspired citizens of Atlanta by going above and beyond the call of duty in responding to and providing exemplary service to the city of Atlanta. We commend you. In honor of Joya Lynn Walker. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Joya Lynn Walker as she celebrates 25 years of service to the city of Atlanta and its residents. Whereas born in Atlanta, Georgia, she attended Benjamin Mays High School. Upon graduating, Joya enrolled in Florida A&M University and received her bachelor's degree in graphic design and commercial arts. Since 1996, Joya has been responsible for the design, art direction, and management of all of the brand and marketing collateral for the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management, including annual reports, executive presentations, brochures, and promotional items. And to build the digital footprint of the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed for more than 25 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby honor Joya Lynn Walker for 25 years of service. We are exceptionally proud of this recognition and your hard work and dedication. Joya Walker. We will now have remarks from the Honorable Pam Brown, Rockdale School Board member.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Council President, Doug Shipman, the Honorable Andrea Boone, and all of the council members here in the city of Atlanta. It is an honor for me to stand before you and recognize Joya Lynn Walker. She is the mastermind behind my brand as the Board of Education for Rockdale County Public Schools, serving my second term, and also the Georgia School Board Association District 4 Director. And I'll have to say, when I got the call that she was retiring and moving on, immediately I thought of Joya Butterfly. This year, I'm giving out butterflies to my teachers and principals, those who are trying to find their way and do things different, but of course we want them to be successful, and it reminds me of what a butterfly would do. And so a powerful beacon is what this butterfly represents. Signifies power, transformation, and incredible feats, which is what you do. There has never been a task that I brought to her attention. I didn't even know what to do. I just gave her my vision, and she would come up with what it looked like based on who I am and my advocacy. And so I just thank the City of Atlanta for recognizing Joya, and I look forward to seeing what her future holds, because I know it's going to be great. Joya, this butterfly is for you. Keep it. Thank you. Everything you do. Thank you.
Right here, Pam, right? Mr. William Horton, External Communications Manager, Watershed Management.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone, and to the Honorable Doug Shipman and the other esteemed members of Council. Last month when Joya finally left us, it was a bittersweet day, And we're already feeling the effects of that in the office because her work is so impeccable. And I've had the pleasure of knowing her we worked together for 21 years, almost 21 years. And in that time, became co-workers, became friends. And then with everybody you see up here, we became family. So it's more than just about the work with us. It's about the friendship, fellowship, and family. And no one deserves this day more than my good friend and family member, Joya Walker. Thank you.
Our photo griot, Susan J. Ross.
I am so deeply moved to be here for this ceremony honoring Joya Walker, who What? Oh, who is that? Somebody's phone is on. Okay. It's not mine. Turn mine off. That's it. Okay. All right. Hello, I'm Sue Ross, and I'm a retired City of Atlanta employee. I worked here for 37 years, and quite a bit of that time I worked with Joya Walker, who is one of the most creative and talented persons I know, who has designed things for every aspect of city government, and even in retirement. I am wearing a Joya Walker creation. The Nature Girls logo was designed by Joya Walker. But we are... Joya is a friend, but more than that, she is family. You know, I know Joya, her children. She has contributed greatly to this city, and it's just my honor to be here to honor Joya today. Thank you.
Now, Joya Walker.
Good afternoon to Councilmember Andrea Boone, the Honorable Doug Shipman, and the full council members seated here today. Thank you so much. This is a huge honor for me, and I wouldn't be here today if it was not for the past council members C.T. Martin and Andrea Boone as well. They gave me the start right out of college in this field, and I'm truly grateful. I'm honored to be recognized today. I learned so much over the 25 years that I was here. I take that knowledge and I take those lessons learned with me into the new journey that I am on today. Again, thank you so much, and I am so appreciative.
Well, just briefly, I like to fancy myself as an artist, but I pale in comparison to Joya. Joya has supported me personally through my campaigns and through my office with her immense talent. And for those of us who are in management around city government, I'm going to go there. We've got to do a better job so that we don't continue to lose our all-stars to the private sector. Joya, we will be impoverished by your absence via the city of Atlanta, but I'm still calling you and need you, so please do not go far. She is an artist par excellence, and to give the audience a reasonable comparison, it's not just graphic art for, slides or presentations. Joya has a talent that is worthy to be on the wall of the Great Pyramid of Giza, to be on the great, to decorate and have that kind of impact on the public by making the language of art plain for those who receive it. And her greatest gift is not as what is embodied in her fingertips, but is within in her golden heart of kindness that she has extended to those who've been late with what we've asked her to do, who've been, and she's come through every single time. better than the cavalry. God bless you, Joya.
And Joya is the mother of 3, Tedrick, Jory, and Aaliyah, who are here with us today. Wave. Okay, picture. We'll come up for picture, council members.
I got my mask on.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am.
Joya. For those that are here to honor Latifa Dina Allah, owner of Unity Hair Salon in the Adamsville community, please come forward. Hey, I know they did. That's okay. Hey, how y'all doing? Latifa. Latifa, I always see your face up on the camera, so stand here. Have your husband stand here. Stand here. Stand here. Take your mask off for a minute. Ask him to take his off for a minute. Is it Latifa Dina Allah? You did it. Latifa Dina Allah. Today we are here to honor Latifa Dina Allah, owner of Unity Hair Salon in the Southwest Adamsville community. After 27 years of dedicated services, if there were issues for our seniors, Unity Hair Salon was always there. When there needed to be book bags picked up during the pandemic, Unity Hair Salon was always there. So we are so happy to honor you. We will miss the location, but we will always be in touch with you because of your kind, strong, and sweet spirit. You have left an indelible mark in the city of Atlanta and to the Adamsville community. Whereas the Atlanta City Council joins family, friends, and the entire city in celebrating the accomplishments of Latifa Dina Allah, owner of Unity Hair Salon. As a businesswoman, mentor, master cosmetologist, and beloved friend to many, Latifa always goes above and beyond the call of duty for her community. Unity Hair Salon stands as a proud testament to her dedication and commitment. And whereas Latifa Allah was born on May 23rd in Atlanta, Georgia, a proud native, She received her primary education in the Atlanta public school system, graduated from the historic Samuel Howard Archer High School, William Boyd Elementary School in Northwest Atlanta in the spring of 1973. And whereas after years of studying and training, awarded Latifah the well-earned title of Master Cosmetologist, armed with a vision and a specialized set. Latifah was determined to give back to her community and bridge the gaps. Unity Hair Salon is the fruit of her dreams and brings quality and dignity to the community in barbering and hair care services. Whereas commencing September 1994 from a humble building located at 3455 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Unity Hair Salon established itself as a pillar of the community and resource for the people alongside it. Latifah, her talents, especially the love of her family who worked right beside her, her wonderful husband who is here, we so really appreciate you, Latifah. And whereas the City of Atlanta recognizes the value and many benefits of Latifah Dina Allah, and we are proud to congratulate Atlanta's native daughter on 27 years of faithful service as a Black female owner of Unity Hair Salon in the City of Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, celebrate the life, legacy, and spirit of Latifah Allah and Unity Hair Salon today. Thank you.
Say a nice speech.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank God for allowing me to be able to have a salon. My husband has been my number one support, my family, and most of all, Andrea Boone. She always have been there for us in the community. Whenever we did the homeless children back to school, anybody that need any service, we know that they can come to Unity. We'll try to help them out. And if I need anything, Andrea always tried to have our back. So I just like, I'm so humble for being here. I don't know what to do, and I'm thankful. And that's just it. Okay.
Next, I'd like to call forward, in recognition of Mr. Johnny Gant, a proclamation by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask all those associated with Mr. Johnny Gant Sr. to please come forward. Hey, how are you doing? Ms. Gant, come on. You go. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you come up here. Everybody, just come on around on the other side. That's good. I see a scrupulous character here amongst us. Okay. Well, here, how you doing, sir? I want to say good afternoon to everyone. It is a real privilege to me to be standing here with Mrs. Gant as we begin to present this proclamation on behalf of her husband, who did so much, not only in the arena of boxing, but poured so much into our youth in our community, looking out for the young men and women that had an interest in building themselves, building character through boxing. And so without further ado, I will read the proclamation in pertinent part, celebrating the life of Johnny L. Gant Sr. Whereas the Atlanta City Council joins the family and friends in celebrating the life of Johnny Lestant Grant Sr., world-class professional boxer, coach, trainer, businessman, and philanthropist. Whereas in 1968, Johnny Gant launched his successful career in boxing. He was a world-ranked professional boxer in the welterweight division from 1968 to 1980. He fought for the world title against Angelo Espinada in 1975. His professional career consists of 7 amateur fights and 63 professional fights. He was ranked number 2 welterweight and number 3 junior welterweight. And whereas after professional boxing, Gant went on to be a regional head coach of the Georgia Boxing Association. Gant trained Region 2 boxers from South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, and Georgia. As a head coach, his amateur program team advanced to the 2002 Male National Championships. He also served as head coach of the Southern Golden Gloves team, where he reached that team to the National Golden Gloves Championship tournament. To his credit, Gant has trained and managed several professional athletes and champion contenders, too numerous to name within this proclamation. Whereas Mr. Gant was the founder of the Atlanta Art of Boxing Center, a prestige boxing gym located in the heart of downtown Atlanta. The state-of-the-art gym has a diverse staff of over 100 years of experience in the business of professional boxing. The Art of Boxing Center has been featured in several articles in local papers and has been the center where many professionals, celebrities, and non-professionals have come for training. And for example, Vernon Forrest, Layla Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, Cuba Gooding Jr., Denzel Washington, Beyonce, and NBA star Charles Barkley, etc. Again, also coached in the Stone Mountain Police Athletic League. Gant was also very active in the Male Scholars Program. His philanthropic efforts include donating a professional-grade boxing ring to the organization. He served as the boxing instructor and assisted the organization in preparing young men to lead with integrity and pride in themselves and their community. Whereas Johnny L. Grant passed away on November the 17th, 2021, and left behind his loving wife, Brenda Gant, and his 5 children, Kimberly, Michelle, Siriana Gant, John L. Gant Jr., Nakaya Gant, and Charles Renfro, and a host of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the City of Atlanta, do hereby proclaim this day in celebrating the life of Johnny L. Grant Sr. in our fair city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the City of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Mrs. Gant. And bam, these are also for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to speak?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of my family and friends that I look around here and see. I see people from my church, from my book club, my contractor, my daughter, my grandson, my son, California here, my sister-in-law that came from Washington, D.C., Harry that flew from Denver, and so many more that are right here in Atlanta. My youngest daughter, she's from Alpharetta, so I couldn't leave her out. But thank you so much. Johnny really loved the young people of Atlanta. He wanted to make sure that each one of us leaned back, reached back to teach one, to give to them the things that he didn't receive as a child. He wanted to make sure that kids that grew up living in single-parent homes understood that that was not the only way to live, that where you started from is not necessarily where you had to end up. Don't want to take a lot of time, but I just want to say I am so thankful that I was married to him for 34 years and was his friend for 65. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you so much.
Ms. Gant, but just like late night television, but wait, there's more. So I'd like to ask Don Rivers to come forward. Thank you. Oh, where are you, Don? Oh, see, Don's back. Always got my back.
That's right. Now, there's a few other people, too, that wanted to say a few words, like Mr. Harry Barnett. I don't know if you should speak first, and then Layla Ali's husband is here. But I will just say that, hello, I'm Don Rivers, and I'm a part of the Male Scholars Program. And I wanted to acknowledge the president of the Atlanta City Council, Mr. Doug Shipman, the Atlanta City Council men and women, and all of the attendees. Also wanted to acknowledge and say thank you, Councilman Bond, for recognizing Johnny Gant. The Male Scholars, Brenda Gant, the Gant family are so grateful that the city of Atlanta is giving this recognition and proclamation to Mr. Johnny Gant posthumously. Mr. Gant was introduced to the Male Scholars Program by Mr. Harry Barnett. Mr. Gant really became involved with our Young Male Scholars Program and brought a professional boxing ring to our facility, teaching the art of boxing. Mr. Gant and I had conversations, very in-depth conversations, but one that really sticks out with me the most. He said growing up in Washington, D.C., even when he was 12 years old, he was stealing, doing things that were not really good, meaning he had no direction. But boxing, being introduced to boxing, really changed his life. Actually, he said it saved his life. So I believe that what people see, in particular, young people, what they see, they will be. And we are very grateful that Mr. Johnny Gant saw fit to make a positive difference in our young males. The Male Scholar Program mission is to nurture, embrace, educate young males while giving them the skills to perform on a higher level. And we're just grateful that you all took the time to be here, that you, Councilman Bond, took the time to recognize Mr. Johnny Gant. And we're all grateful. Thank you. Well, are we going to allow these? Okay, all right. Well, at this time, we have a little small presentation, a special presentation. International artist, Mr. Jose Au, who's a member of the Male Scholars Program, would like for you, Mrs. Gant, to step forward, and Mr. Au will make this presentation to Mrs. Gant. I think they're going to get it. Here it comes. She got the picture. Yes. You sit right there. So, you know, what more can be said? I'm Jose Au. I'm a native of Atlanta. Johnny Gant was a native of Washington, D.C., but he was a son of Atlanta. And like his fellow native Washingtonian, Marvin Gaye, I believe Johnny Gant knew that he was aware that it's good for some of us to care, because his actions showed that he cared. He was not a man of many words, but when he spoke, he meant it, and you knew it. And so this piece, the Male Scholars Program would like to give to you and your family to thank you and to express our love for Mr. Gant. All right.
This is such a special honor. Chairman and my good friend Doug Shipman and members of the council, I certainly appreciate you honoring a lifelong family member, friend. We went back 52 years, and every one of them was good. And I loved him, and I know he loved me. Thank you.
To President City Councilman Doug Shipman, to Michael Bond, and to all the other city council members, but more importantly to the Gant family, I stand to recognize a man. It's so easy when you've risen to the top of your profession, and you've done a lot of things, and you've touched a lot of lives, but there's nothing more important than when you've deceased that your legacy lives on. So, Mrs. Gant, I stand on behalf of all of us in the civil rights movement, Dr. King, Andy. We all started in 1959. And this man exemplifies what we stood for, always reaching back, looking forward. They sing a song in the church about I'm on the battlefield. Johnny Gant wasn't on the battlefield. He was in the battle. We need more people like him to be in the battle. That's why we're here today. A man who was in the battle from the civil rights movement to today. Thank you.
His daughter.
Where's?
His daughter.
Okay, where are they?
Here.
How are you doing?
Hey man, I count it all a joy and a privilege to be in your midst today. And I thank each and every one of you for honoring my brother, Johnny. I just want to say this about Johnny, that you can sum Johnny's character up with just these words here. He was a protector of people. Ever since we were young, of course, we grew up in the housing projects in Washington, D.C., called Lincoln Heights. And it was rough growing up there. But nobody bothered us because of Johnny. I mean, Johnny, he just wasn't scared of nothing. I mean, this guy right here, whenever we used to go down our land in Spotsylvania to ride horses, all the rest of us were scared of horses. We never seen a horse. We come from the city. Who would be on a horse is Johnny. But, Johnny was the type of person that, he believed surely in looking out for people. And I just want to tell you the story, and I'm going to sit down. I can remember this young man. I told this young man that Johnny had passed. His name is Dwight. And Dwight right now is a cardiologist. Dwight said, hey, man, only thing I can remember about Johnny is that when I was in school, I was a small guy. And he said, Johnny used to always protect me, man. And I said, yeah. I said, well, he's gone now, man. He said, but, man, that's one thing, man, I remember about Johnny. He was a protector. He always protected me. And last, I remember walking down the street, and a bunch of guys came running up to me and said, hey, man, your brother got shot. I said, oh, man, so I started running. I said, how? They said he was protecting us. He got this big guy off us. And I ran down there, but Johnny didn't get shot. That's when they said his boxing name then was Flashy Johnny Gant. Remember that? Yeah, it's Flashy Johnny Gant. So, y'all ever heard of what's that? The guy named Flash? Okay? Okay, yeah, Flash. Yeah, there you go. That's where Johnny was. That bullet couldn't hit him. He had flashed right out of the way. All right, thank y'all very much.
This is his daughter.
I'm his youngest daughter, Nakia Gant. I stand on behalf of my siblings, John L. Gant Jr. and Saraya Gant. I just wanted to share my dad. So many wonderful things have been said about him. But he, just like he reached back in with the youth, his grandchildren and his children were his legacy, and he instilled in us the 3 Ds: you can achieve anything you want to with desire, determination, and discipline. And this is what you see his legacy up here. His grandson Malik, Jared, Kayla, Nazreen, Niara, Naraya, Tatiana, and Chase, his grandchildren. He instilled those things in us, and I just thank everybody for showing up and honoring him.
And now we will do what the city council does best, as I've been told, is take a picture. So we all come up, put the family members in front. Everybody gather as you can.
Family. Your family?
Some of the folks who are not in the family, go down to the front and stand in front of Rockdale.
Trying to get near Harry.
Cannot see the camera. You are not in the picture. So you need to get up close. How can you all turn our shoulders like this?
You in there? You want to come right here? Come right here. Oh.
Without objection, I'm going to ask for one more proclamation today. There's one more that I'd like to add to the docket without objection. I'd like to call Councilmember Byron Amos and those associated with the proclamation to honor Maria Taylor.
Join us up here, please. It's our superstar. Oh no, it's gonna happen. You can join me up here. Get mom and dad on around. Mom, dad, best friends, and yeah.
We see what I see what a hype.
You're right, exactly.
I was looking. I'm like, hold on. This is our superstar. Man, we support you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Byron Amos, council member, District 3, and just read a quick proclamation for this young lady standing beside me here. The Atlanta City Council, in recognition of Maria Taylor, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Maria Taylor as for her contributions to the world of sports, journalism, and television industry and in the community, and whereas a Centennial High School and University of Georgia graduate, she played volleyball and basketball for the Bulldogs, where she was named as a member of the All-SEC volleyball team each season, and whereas Taylor was previously the sideline reporter on ESPN's 2 weekly Saturday night primetime college football telecast and served as an analyst for the NCAA Women's Basketball Selection Show, the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament Preview Show, and the ESPN's coverage of both the NCAA Women's Basketball Tournament and Women's Volleyball National Championship. And whereas in 2014, she joined the SEC Network, serving as a college football reporter and an analyst for her SEC telecast, including volleyball and women's basketball. In 2017, she joined the College Game Day team as a reporter and host, where she served the college football playoffs and the college football playoff national championship game. She was also the sideline reporter for Saturday's Night Football on ABC. And whereas in 2019, she began hosting NBA Countdown, the pregame show for ESPN's Friday night and Sunday afternoon NBA games. She later also served as a sideline reporter for the Monday Night Football opener. And whereas in 2020, she joined NBC Sports, making her on-air debut for the network during the coverage of the 2020 Summer Olympic Games. And whereas during the NFL's 2021 season, she joined NBC's Sunday Night Football pregame show, Football Night in America, as a panelist and later became lead host for the program. She has also served as a host for the men's and women's semifinal and final during the NBC's coverage of the 2022 French Open. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize Maria Taylor for her role as a host and reporter for the many of most well-watched events and programs in sports, and for all of the contributions to the Atlanta metro community and the state of Georgia. And it is signed by our council president and all members of council, Ms. Maria Taylor. Before we actually let her say a couple of words, any council members that would like to say?
I want to say I appreciate the work that you're doing because you're trailblazing. For her to be the first, a lot of times you don't get to say the first a lot. And so you're going through some of the things that our recently passed Bill Russell just went through, some of the things that our Hammer and Hank Aaron went through. And so we are fully with you here in our city and our state. Proud to call you Centennial High and University of Georgia alum. And I hope that our city helps throw you to the top of everything that Stephen A. got. You get what I'm saying? So we fully with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So I just want to tell a quick story. I got a chance to meet Maria for the first time at the Peachtree Road Race, where she was part of the team who was launching the race. So she was up on the podium, we were doing the thing, and then she got down and she ran the race. The whole race. She didn't do like some people and take a car. She ran the race to the finish. And that tells me a lot about who you are. I really appreciate the fact that she went from working to working and sweating it out with everybody else at the Peachtree. I appreciate all that you're doing. I can't wait to watch you all season long this season. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that I'm standing in between you guys and the public remarks, but I certainly want to thank the President of the City Council, Doug Shipman, and obviously Honorable Councilman Byron Amos for even allowing me to have this proclamation. He read off a lot of things, which means I'm just getting older in this business, but one of the things that's most important to me was working the Tokyo Olympics, and I fell in love with sports at the 1996 Atlanta Olympics because my grandmother is from Southwest Atlanta, got a house for her and her 3 daughters, had her own business here, a Dup Trunking Company, and made me believe that as a young black woman, I could do anything. So it does not come easy to be the first, but it comes naturally because I was born here, because I am from here, because my mother is from Atlanta, and because I look out at a community that is so capable of coming together, having issues, but even looking in this room and knowing that you guys are here to fight for the things that you believe in makes me know why I love this city even more and always will. And I just want to say that I know that representation matters, and I hope that every time you guys turn on NBC and you watch Football Night in America, and for the first time you watch a woman host that program, you see Atlanta, because that's what I represent. Thank you.
We know you used to stand in the back. This your daughter, man. You get up there. I'm always in the back. You can stand up, sir. We don't stand behind you, man. I appreciate you for your service, brother.
Thank you, and congratulations to all that have been honored today. We'll now move into remarks by the public. As a reminder, each person who has signed up will have 2 minutes. There are a lot of comments today, so out of respect for everybody who's waiting, I'm going to be quite strict with the 2 minutes today. For those who have time that has been given to them by others, I will notate how much time you have when you start. I would also like to remind everybody that there's no cheering or clapping. You can feel free to wave your hands. You can feel free to snap. But please, again, out of respect of the rules and the respect of other members of the public, please no outbursts. With that, we'll begin with Brother Anthony Muhammad. Brother Anthony Muhammad.
Energy to teach my soul every day consciousness. And one of our created ancient names, Nasharu. I am not a believer in the religion of your Bible. From Genesis to Revelation, not one person was born from a woman's womb. From Genesis to Revelation. I come in to speak about ACI, Atlanta Commission on Women's, a city for Atlanta. Let's make sure Atlanta is a place everyone can call home. What about the people on the street? City council? What about the people with women and children without affordable houses? Why is it that you could be in your fine home and your fine communities and you got 50% of the ones in Atlanta can't afford to find houses in Atlanta. I ask you, members of council, we have been let this go on for over 10 years to be exact, where we have a problem with houses we never seen before in this whole country. Regardless of the pandemic, we had it before then. But look what I'm saying, City Council. You had Mr. Westmoreland say to Atlanta, returns $1.3 million in unspent workforce development money. Why is it that Atlanta can have money not being utilized for the benefit of dark people? Do you know dark people? You are the royal families here, not Queen Elizabeth. You are carbonated. You are melanated people, they say in the Greek. You have the power to use your energy for good. Let's be good. You have issues today with businesses. You have issues today, whatever your problems are. But the people on the street, the women and children, we have to get back to support the women, people. Get back to Mother Earth.
Time has expired.
We need a patriotic society alone. I am Brother Anthony Muhammad. I greet you as I come. Assalamu alaikum. Eshe, Eshe, and Eshe.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan.
Give it honor to the Spirit of Christ, everyone that's here. For this ye know that no whoremonger, no unclean person, or covetous man, or is an idolater, has any inheritance in the kingdom of Christ and of God. Ephesians 5th chapter, 5th verse. Jesus commanded James Griff to return the money he stole from me. James Griff is a whoremonger and don't desire eternal life. To marry James will not help men be a Christ-like husband. Women who will have sex with James will die. But to me, James should die. Whoso rewardeth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. Proverbs 17:13. There is a legitimate righteous indignation against sin. The coming of God includes the destruction of the wicked. When you reward me evil for good, you ask for death. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. Proverbs 1st chapter 7th verse. The fear of the Lord means submission to the Lord and his revelation. If you don't fear God, you lack knowledge. He is the Lord our God. His judgments are in all the earth. 1 Chronicles 16 chapter 14 verse. The word was therefore written to enable God's people to rise above ungodly drive for riches. Christ created the income through me to encourage you to live holy. You reject me and the income plus Jesus to seek to be a black, to seek to please your flesh. Is to be a big boy attempting to climb a black old horse. When you work against my assignment to save lives and souls, then you ask Jesus for death. But I want to have the power to conquer sin in me, around me, and in others. Because Christ has the real power.
Time has expired. Next we'll have Margie Macleod.
Hey, how you doing? I love this excitement today.
Good afternoon.
This slogan, let's make Atlanta great again. How can we make Atlanta great again? We need rent control. And I found out that the city can put rent control on the ballot. Who's going to have courage to do this? Because it can be done. You can do anything else. But we need rent control. Because I'm with y'all. Because we don't have rent control for small business. No one's not going to be able to go to the club or buy a drink or even pay to go in there. But we need rent control, and we could do it. City council, you could do it. Because every city, you got New York City, you got California, and Florida. The city could do this. The city council could do this. But I'm not giving up because I'm fighting out there. Because people want rent control. Because 1,300 to 1,600 is not affordable. And I know you said you're going to have 5,000 houses, apartments. We need them now. Where are these people going to go? We have a crisis. Everybody got a crisis, but we need to do this, and we need rent control. So who gonna be have courage to do this? Because I'm not fighting a battle. I'm gonna win this battle because city council could put this on the ballot. I'm working on the petition, the criteria petition to do this. Do y'all have the courage to do it? Who hands up? Who gonna put their hands up? Who gonna be the one to do it? To put it on the ballot? Because you vote for everything. We need this. Homeless, crisis, very. Hill, Dustin Hill, are you gonna do it for me?
Time has expired.
We need rent control now. Rent control, rent control, rent control, rent control.
Just like to ask for anybody standing in the back, there are plenty of seats. The fire marshal doesn't like us to have folks standing in the back, so if you could just grab a seat, I'd appreciate it. Next will be Sarah Oak Kim. Due to additional time, you'll have 4 minutes. And please, let me remind you, no clapping, please. Thank you.
Hey everyone. Is it start now? My name is Sarah Kim from R-Bar ATL on Edgewood, and I'd like to thank you for this time to speak. This ordinance was first brought to my attention in early May, and since then we've been hiring off-duty police officers more often on the weekends. And from our experiences last year and in general, summers on Edgewood can be a little too much sometimes.
I'm sorry, could you speak up just a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
First and for the record, I'm not making these comments to oppose the ordinance. I have been following your recent round of amendments, and I agree that something must be done to protect the safety of the public, businesses, and patrons. We've retained or tried to retain an off-duty officer for the last 12 weeks or so, and here are just a few obstacles that we've encountered. Of the last 26 times, 2 times the hired officer just left with no notice or word to us. 6 times the officer no called, no showed. 5 times the officer was late by at least 20 minutes. And the last 4 times there were simply no officers available or willing. There was an excuse 65% of the time we've tried to obtain APD help. And I'm not pointing this out to drag our hardworking IPD officers. We're grateful for their service, and we will continue to seek their services on any night we can afford them. Rather, I'm using this as an example of how a small business like ours struggles to make public safety a top and expensive priority. Furthermore, let's say an unruly customer is asked to leave our establishment. Upset and drunk, he walks back to his car, retrieves the gun, and returns to cause a scene. Whether it's to make threats out front or trying to shoot someone because he has poor impulse control, this is a very realistic scenario, not only on Edgewood, but anywhere. Not only on Edgewood, but every drinking establishment in the city. At what point is the business no longer responsible for aggressive individuals having done what they can do on their end? I appreciate the ordinance includes some perspective from the business owners, but there are way more factors to consider so that small businesses are not punished by the things that are out of their control and rightfully shouldn't be. Hiring off-duty APD officers is an expensive step and complicated process for businesses, but many of us do so because we believe and trust that they offer deterrence and prevention of crime. Even when we do go this far to protect our businesses, our employees, and the people 4 feet outside on public streets and sidewalks, there can be an issue 65% of the time. I appreciate the Solicitor's Office, Mayor's Office, Film Atlanta, and our District 5 Council member, Liliana Bakhtiari, for continuing to answer my long emails these last couple months. And for those who haven't had the pleasure of receiving any from me yet, I'd like to end with some of my top concerns that might help with the next round of revisions. When off-duty police are hired for their security services to no avail or are deemed unprofessional, untimely, and then unfortunately instances occur, will that business be exempt from any legal prosecution instantly? At what point can a business be considered to have done enough? Will the City Council and APD consider how the illegal sale of food and alcoholic beverages out of the people's trunks can significantly affect public safety? Rather than immediately targeting brick and mortar businesses that went through the permitting process and the background checks, can we all consider these illegal vendors to be more of an immediate concern and a nuisance? Will APD police our city sidewalks outside of the businesses 4 feet to help with the loitering and unwanted nuisances that businesses deal with every day, such as bike clubs, car parties, and large gatherings that don't patronize the businesses they loiter in front of? Your ordinance states that this is meant for properties that are repeat offenders, yet only allow for 2 instances in 2 years. Being involved with, let alone accused of something once a year or even twice a year is hardly a repeat. Would you consider changing this to 3 instances in a month? Can you confirm that large venues and arenas will be held to the same standard, such as the Ben Stadium or Lenox Mall? And will you be making sexual exceptions for them, such as during the World Cup? And if so, if and when this ordinance takes place, will the list be made public along with the watch list, so businesses have the time and reason to keep track of their own reputations and can dispute any allegations in real time? Lastly, when considering the notify both parties amendment, please remember that the tenant-landlord relationship can often be an adversarial one. How will the ordinance prevent landlords from weaponizing this to pressure, threaten, or
Time
even
has
evict
expired.
tenants?
Thank you. Next will be Johnny Mims.
First, I want to say hello and thank you for giving me this time. My name is Johnny Mims. I wear several hats in this city. I own businesses here in the city, several of them, everything from liquor stores to lounges and real estate. I build here. My favorite passion is my philanthropy work, which is my fellow man, and we do a lot of work with the public school systems here. We give out a lot of money to different organizations here, and my philanthropy work, and the reason I'm laying this out here is because we're funded 98% just out of what I make, and I make in the city of Atlanta. I've chosen to stay here, and I'm very proud of this city. And I'm proud of this mayor who has given this industry a voice. It's the first time a mayor has done it. I think that we should do this for him, because no other mayor has done that, and this is a big step. I have grave concern about this, and I understand that we know there's a problem. We know that there's something that needs to be done. We understand that, but we don't want to be so hasty and pushing this ordinance through, this legislation, because it's vague and it will affect too many of us in too many other ways. It also will weaponize the developers in our communities that are developing and give them another tool to just get us out of there. So it's wrong in so many other ways that I know I don't have the time to address right now. But at the same time, I encourage you guys to send it back to committee and give what this mayor has put in place, which is unprecedented, a nightlife council, which I am proud to be a part of. Give us an opportunity to weigh in with these good people, because the same way I do my philanthropy work, and I just told y'all how I do it, a lot of these people in this room are doing the same things with the proceeds that they get, but you don't hear about that, because when something happens, you hear all the bad things. You don't know what these people are going through to keep their businesses. So we want to make sure that we give them a voice, and the council that he just put together is going to work with everybody so that we can voice their opinions as well.
Time
change the
expired.
legislation. We're not saying you don't need it, but we just need to make some changes in it.
Thank you. Next will be Z.C. Hay, and following that will be Doc Allen. And I'll just continue to say who's on deck to keep us moving. So, Z.C. Hay. Z.C. Hay. Then we'll move to Doc Allen.
Hey, how y'all doing? All right, I'm Tahid Else, but my professional name is 2 Chainz. I actually own a couple of businesses in the city, Escobar and Escobar Seafood. I'm very blessed, and I also like to be a blessing to others, and that's what my businesses have allowed me to do. I brought up a real dear friend from me, Michael Render. I would like to yield it to him so he can really talk about the bigger picture here.
I'd like to start. How y'all doing?
I'd like to start by saying I was here May 10th, and it doesn't seem like we've gotten much done. May 10th, I talked about the importance of small and local businesses. As Atlanta grows, corporations are going to be coming into here. So somebody's going to have a nightlife in the convention city. It's going to be the owners of Hard Rock, or the owners of Hooters, or the owners of a W Hotel, or it's going to be the little people that went to Frederick Douglass and Maids and Southwest DeKalb and schools like that. The question starts to become, are we going to keep Atlanta a place where local people can grow and thrive here? We've honored 3 people today from Adamsville who grew local businesses or were influenced by that. This ordinance will wipe out the opportunity to do that. We will not be electing council people from here. We will not be growing businesses from here, because it will all be turned over to corporations. I insist that this be sent back to committee. We will not wait 2 weeks to simply let a vote come again that will vote us out quietly in the night. This is one of the only cities where entertainers and athletes have gone on to form a business class. When you go to New York, the clubs ain't owned by people who look like you. When you go to Los Angeles, the clubs ain't owned by people who look like you. When you go to Miami, you might get turned away by people who look like you that don't feel like you deserve to be in the club. I'm saying to Atlanta right now, I'm saying to every city council person, when you come around and you need donations, when you come around and you need votes, you come to us singers and dancers and club owners, and we oblige you. And for those that don't, the people you ally with are us. The people that you need to in the last second to get you are us. So do the right thing and send this back to committee. I've worked with many of you all before. I'd love to work with you in the future, but more so, I'd love to see the people that run our nightlife working with you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Doc Allen, and following that will be Veronica Jones.
Good afternoon. There was a few issues that was spoke on today in this committee, and one of them was affordable housing. Mr. Hillis, in your district, District 9, you're familiar with the project Untitled West Side, correct? Untitled West Side is 143 affordable housing units, which 25 of them will be dedicated to people that are coming out of foster care. That 8 acres of parcel that is on 2174 Dunley Hollowell, that was purchased by Nightlife Entertainment. Instead of us taking that Kmart building and putting a club there, we put affordable housing there in your district, which give you more votes, which also give more jobs. You fought back on that. I ain't gonna let you fight back on that. I took all my money, put it into that to give back to the community. It's other people that's done the same thing. So I'm gonna look. I came here to look you in your face today to tell you I put all my hard-earned money in there to give affordable housing back to the community of Atlanta. 143 of them. 25 of them are going to kids that are coming out of foster care. They will permanently be there. Permanently be there. And it's other districts. Mr. Winston, Summer Hill is your district. We're watching you. Mr. Faroki, Midtown is your district. I mean, you spoke earlier. Mr. Amos, Home Park is your district. We're watching you. Mr. Dozier, Mechanicsville is your district. We're watching you. Ms. Norwood, I respect you because your standpoint has always been the same. I respect that. Mr. Hillis, I know who you are. Ms. Boone, Adamsville, we're watching you. Ms. Collier, Greenbrier, we're watching you. Mr. Lewis, Cleveland Avenue, we're watching you. Everybody will be held accountable. This nightlife brings the city of Atlanta $110 million a year. Remember that election time.
Thank you. All right. Y'all, I have asked nicely a couple of times. If you keep clapping, I'm going to have to make you wait outside for your turn. And I don't want to do that. So please just snap or wave your hands, and we'll move through. All right, next is Veronica Jones, and after that will be Michael Barney. Veronica Jones.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Jones. I've owned a business here for over 20-something years. I own property here, and when I read this nuisance ordinance, I thought it was outrageous that you all could come and, first of all, the way it's written, you're making a law that where tomorrow you would try to vote for something today that you can go back and something happened in the past at someone's establishment and you can turn around and they be punished. That's wrong. Like, if you're going to do something, then everybody ought, we got an organization we coming up with called Atlanta Hospitality Committee, where we all going to get together and we are going to find a solution to make it better for you all as well as better for us. And it's no way that you all can sit there and make this decision without us getting together as a collective, which we have decided to do with the bars, the cleaners, the liquor stores and everything. We're going to get together and we're going to police ourselves as well. So we can be able to, I can tell my neighbor, hey, you violated, we're going to get you out of here. We're going to govern each other. And then guess what? When we can't do it and we can't get it understand, then we'll come to you guys. That's the only way it's going to work. We got to be able to work together. And then the ordinance that you all put together, that nightlife entertainment, who is on there other than John and Mims that knows anything about running a nightlife or doing anything? How can they pass judgment on stuff that they don't have nothing, they don't know nothing about? Half of them do not own any property in Atlanta. Half of them don't, I mean, they don't even stay in Atlanta, some of them. I mean, come on, y'all. Y'all got to do better about this and come in to be able to talk to us and be able to not keep pushing stuff under the table. Y'all pushing on the table and just voting on stuff without us even knowing. If we wouldn't have came here and came in numbers that we did, like we did, you all would have pushed something else through. And we're going to fight you tooth and nail. I know I am, and I know a lot of people are going to fight you tooth and nail. I mean, we got to boycott, if we got to come in with flags or whatever, we're going to do it. Period. And I should have got 4 minutes like the other people got 4 minutes, but it's cool. But like I said, if I had to come here again, I will. But at the end of the day, y'all going to have to work with us. Period. And we got Hakeem Hilliard, a lawyer that's going to represent us too, so we finna lawyer up as well.
Thank you. Next would be Michael Barney, and following that will be Percha. Michael Barney. As Mr. Barney comes forward, let me just say in advance, if I mispronounce somebody's name, I apologize. Please feel free to correct me.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm representing the club. Magic City's been here a long time, and one of the main things I'm trying to get everybody to understand is just sort of like Buckhead's getting used to crime. We can't control the crime. These people spend a lot of money. These club owners spend a lot of money trying to get their event, get things together. So when something happens on their watch that night, it affects their business. They're hurt, that we had a fight that they couldn't control. Somebody got hurt on their property. Their insurance goes up. They spent money for advertising. They really get excited to have a big event. So when something goes wrong, they're already hurt by that. The fact that, you know, we spent all that money for this event and then something went wrong that night, it's because somebody came to that club who had a bad attitude or something stupid. It wasn't the club. It was just that person, the same person who went to the mall or to the gas station who shot somebody. It's not the club people's fault. There was a shooting the other day at the gas station. The gas station man didn't do nothing wrong, but it happened there, and he would have been considered a nuisance because his business got shot up. But he didn't do anything. So that's the main thing I'm just trying to make you understand. We can't control the people who come to our establishment. We open the doors for everyone. They come from out of town, this town, criminals, bad, good. We don't know what they are. But when two people have an issue, it might be discussed in that club. And here we are risking our lives trying to tell you to stop or you can't stand there. Now, he had a bad attitude that day. He done bust off. Now, he runs to his car and get a gun. So, I mean, it's hard for us to stop that type of stuff. But you're putting the pressure on us. So when he says a nuisance law where you can get two in a year or 2 year time, we can get two in a week. Time is expired. Because we can't control the people. We can get two nuisances in a week. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you. Next is Percha, and then Aaliyah Strong will be after that. Percha?
No, I didn't see her walking up, so I'm just gonna come up. I'm Aaliyah Strong.
Aaliyah Strong, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay, so first, hi, how are y'all doing? My name is Aaliyah. So I'm gonna start by saying I see both sides of it. My fiance was actually shot and killed in February at Encore Hookah Bar and Bistro in front of me. I was at work as well. I was a waitress. So I speak from the perspective of someone who was affected by it, but is also doing work in the community to prevent it. I hear a lot of people complaining about the ordinance, and I'm not for the ordinance and I'm not against it, but doing nothing is not the answer either. A lot of people are complaining about it, but what we've been doing is not working. So I do like one of the young ladies that came up said that they're coming up with solutions. I hear a lot of people talking about problems and no solutions. I've made it my point to even meet with business owners and security teams to come up with, okay, what are we doing wrong? I don't feel like an ordinance should be necessary, but I also feel like maybe the idea of it being forward will now make business owners go back to the table and draw up a new plan so that we don't need an ordinance in place. But it's also going to take people in the community to go out to these establishments and know how to act. Me personally, I've gotten into several clubs and lounges with a gun on me. And when I leave, I talk to the security team. I don't make it a big issue, but those are things that can be avoided, which is why I'm actually doing the work. So we can't keep talking about a problem if we have no solutions or if you're not actively doing things in your community to prevent it. I have a nonprofit now where I help families who have been impacted by gun violence. I do community events once a month for security training with business owners. I talk to them. I talk to families who have been impacted by gun violence and things like that. So I just say to everybody, don't just look at the club owner's perspective. Look at, okay, what can everybody do as a collective to make going out safer so that nightlife isn't a death sentence or you don't have to go out and worry about making it back home.
Thank you. Next up will be Kaylee Blessard, and then after that will be Abe Rosen.
Hi, you guys all with me? Because some of you look like you're not really paying attention as your constituents are up here talking. But I would like to thank you first for passing a resolution affirming the fundamental right to abortion earlier this year. I hope you will take your support for abortion one step further by allocating funds to Atlantans who may need support to travel out of state to access abortion. Each of us should be able to live, work, and make decisions about our health, bodies, and futures with dignity and economic security. Enacting a city abortion fund would protect and empower all Atlantans, regardless of wealth, social status, or other systemic barriers, to access essential health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Abe Rosen, and then after that will be Olivia Harrison.
Good afternoon. My name is Abe Watson. I've been doing business in Atlanta since '98. I have a lot to say. 2 minutes won't be enough for me, so please, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Hakeem Dillard speak for us. Yeah. I'll put you on the spot. I'll speak.
Good afternoon, Hakeem Hill. I'm on the agenda to speak too, but I'll speak for Abe. I'll speak for Abe. Good evening. I'm Hakeem Hilliard, Starkey Law.
Sir, just a moment. You're already signed up, so I'm going to give you 4 minutes. I'm going to give you his time and your 2. So 4 minutes, please, for Mr. Hilliard.
Okay. All right. Again, I'm Hakeem Hilliard with Hilliard Starkey Law. I'm here this afternoon on, I think, a growing list of businesses. I think there's 40 now and counting. We've been meeting over the last couple of weeks about this important ordinance related to nuisances. We understand why. You've done the good work to try to draft something to address some of the issues going on in the community. We just wanted to talk a little bit about the nuisance issue, the nuisance law. One of the things everybody keeps asking me, well, how do I get on the list? And how do I find out that I'm on the list? Most of the businesses that are subject to the nuisance find out when they're served with the complaint. And they're asking, well, did I have an opportunity to know in advance so that I could have cured those problems before I had to go through that process? The other issue that they have is, once I'm on the list, how do you distinguish between who you enforce these rules against? A young lady brought up earlier that Lenox Mall and Phipps Plaza qualify today. If you pass the law tomorrow, under the law, you could pursue nuisance actions against both of those properties. And while I know that you all, because I know many of you all personally, I know that this is not your intention, there's a lot of feeling in the community that there is some interest in targeting certain businesses and not others. And that's important to try to explain in the law as well. So those are some of the important issues that we want to talk about, but the main thing is to give them an opportunity to participate in the conversation. You know, we've got task force, we've got committees, we've got groups of people talking about issues, but for some reason, the majority of the people in the nightlife industry have not been a part of the conversation to date, and they want to be a part of the conversation. There's a lot to be informed. I think the first thing we got to understand, and I always say this, because, you know, I represent a lot of gas station owners too that are subject to these same rules. These businesses are the victims like the rest of the community when crime happens. They don't want crime to happen in front of their businesses or in their businesses because customers won't come and their own safety is jeopardized. And sometimes we forget, and I know it's important because crime is a big issue in this community like it is around the country to address these issues, but we don't want to make these businesses the whipping boy. These businesses are largely the lifeblood of this community. They support the economy, they create jobs, they carried people through the pandemic, and we don't want to just solve a problem by pointing it at the folks that are out there in the evenings. So we're asking you to participate. You know, Johnny Mims got up here and spoke a little while ago, and I've been representing Johnny for over 20 years, and we have a very close personal relationship now. He always reminds me, he says, Hakeem, you're book smart, but I'm street smart, and I need to teach you about the streets. And that how I've interpreted that over the years is that he's one of the most brilliant businessmen I know. And so many of these people out here are the smartest people you'll ever meet. And it seems to me that if you're trying to pass a law to address crime in this community, you should address the people who know how to do it. They have strategies inside their businesses and outside of the businesses. They know who to hire, when to hire, what kind of people need to work in the businesses. Crime is happening everywhere. The fact that there was somebody robbed and shot inside of Saks Fifth Avenue and Lenox Mall doesn't mean that the manager is a bad person, right? So we need to talk to the people that know what the solutions are to participate in the problem in creating an ordinance that addresses these issues. So I share the sentiments that you've heard. We need to send this back to the committee. Don't just hold it here. Hold some public hearings so that you can hear directly from the folks that have addressed these issues and have some things to say. We want to work with you. If there's got to be an ordinance, then let's put some teeth into the ordinance that addresses all the issues. You don't want to have somebody getting a nuisance action, and when they look at it, there's 12 counts, and all 12 of them, the person looks at me and says, but Hakeem, every one of these is a result of calls that I made to the police. So do I not call the police anymore or else be subject to a nuisance action? So we need to think about the unintended consequences and the input from this community, and we hope that you'll give us an opportunity to do that. I understand that you're going to be considering holding it, but again, we would like you to send it back for some public discussion about it so we can all participate. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next up is Olivia Harrison, and then Mia Knighton after Ms. Harrison.
Hello, my name is Olivia Harrison. I am a resident of Midtown, City Council District 2. I want to start by thanking you for passing the resolution that affirms the fundamental right to abortion earlier this year. But since that resolution was passed, people's right and access to safe and affordable abortion have been attacked and significantly eroded across the country and in our great state of Georgia. Now it is up to you as the City Council to take your support for abortion access one step further and actually drive significant impact by allocating funds for Atlantans who may need support to travel out of the state to access abortion, especially now that Georgia's 6-week ban has been put into effect. People who have the means will always be able to access abortion. So we must ensure that everyone can exercise their fundamental right to choose. It is time for the Atlanta City Council to set up an abortion fund to help our most vulnerable neighbors pay for life-saving health care, because abortion is health care, and aid all Atlantans in taking back control of our own bodies. Thank you.
Next up is Mia Knighton, and then after that is Westwood P.
Hey, Council. I'm Mia again with People for the People. I was here last month and most of y'all did not know who we were, so hi. We are a group that is dedicated to empowering communities and echoing the voices when the government that is supposed to serve them chooses to either ignore them or just not listen. One of these concerns today echoes that from last month. We continue to see unreasonable and aggressive displays of power from the Atlanta Police Department that damage the trust between the department and the community. For example, a peaceful protest to support the people of Akron, Ohio, and bring attention to the murder of Jayland Walker was postponed due to weather and safety concerns. But when we drove by there, we saw plenty of officers, APD vehicles, including paddy wagons and prison buses, all at the location of this peaceful protest. We also had over 70 officers on site for a 50-person march, where we got followed by a prison bus, 3 paddy wagons, and an unreasonable amount of bikes and motorcycles. On top of this, we are also struggling with the effects of last month's unlawful dispersion at the Capitol. This includes the police spraying me, a 9 months pregnant woman, and multiple others with a fire extinguisher. And they were doing this under the guise of putting out small fires. I was not holding anything flammable at the time. Situations like this are extremely damaging to community and police relationships and need to be addressed. Another concern is the homeless encampment sweep that is supposed to take place at 48 MLK Drive. While sitting at the Capitol, we got to learn a lot about our neighbors and the horrors they have been through at the hands of the state. We are asking that solutions be provided to these people. They are going to get forced out and have nowhere to go, and the cycle will begin again. We ask that Atlanta allocate more funds to providing walk-in shelter and aid to those in need, and stop sweeps such as this. Community advancement should never be at the bottom of our city's budget. This is humiliating to us as a city and just us as people. Without community, we are nothing, and we will continue to see damaging effects from this decision. Lastly, we want to thank you for the allocation of $300,000 to ARC Southeast. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Westwood P, and after that will be Sasha Friedman. Westwood P. Sasha Friedman.
Good afternoon. My name is Sasha Friedman. I'm a constituent of Councilmember Jason Winston in District 1. I live in the Summerhill neighborhood, and I wanted to speak with you today about supporting PAD Atlanta and the services that they offer in our city, speaking about one of my personal experiences calling 311. I was at the Grant Park Market just on a Tuesday grabbing some groceries at lunchtime, and I noticed that there was a woman in the bathroom. There was something happening with the security guard, and they pushed her outside. I came outside to ask what was happening. She had a grocery cart full of all of her personal items. The security guard was threatening to call the police, and she was saying that she just wanted a chance to change her clothes because it was so hot outside. She'd been walking a long time, and I intervened and was able to call 311. I was so amazed that the PAD care navigators showed up. They came and met her with dignity. They asked her how she was doing. They asked her what she needed. They spoke to her like a human. They spoke to her like she mattered, not like the security officer who wanted to make her disappear. They wanted to meet her and say, "We're in this with you." They talked to her about where she might be able to stay for the night, her autonomy and being able to come and go from that place. Also, she talked about not having a license, and she couldn't access city services because of it. They were able to sit with her in each of these steps, and while she didn't feel comfortable in that moment to go with them, they made a plan to meet back up with her. And to me, this was so important because I think about the people in my community and my neighbors who mean so much to me, and I think we often think about neighbors as the people who are in our houses, who are in the apartments. We don't think about the people who we pass on the sidewalk, who we see outside of our convenience store, who are very much a part of our neighborhood and a part of the fabric of this city. And so I ask you to invest as much into PAD as you would into other services that enable the growth and betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be LaRon McGee, and after that, Michael Marcis.
All right, I got a whole lot to say. I'm volunteer activist Leron McGee. I had a lot of calls since the last time we met was July the 5th, so I'm gonna try to do this fast. District 1, Your constituents have a problem with you when you got on the news and threw them up on the bus saying that the reason why the Forest Cove tenants have not been able to move out on time is because of their pushback from moving. And I have a personal issue about you not having staff so I can relay these issues. I have to come to full council and return to my calls. District 2, the Wish Street Towers. The Wish Street Towers, they have an issue with ventilation. They, when they built it, when they remodeled it, in 2017, they remodeled it, they took the windows. So when they have some on the stove too long, the sprinklers go off in their apartments and it floods them out for the seniors, and they have a mold issue now because of that, so they need help with that. District 3, your constituents, they have an issue with the lead. The EPA coming in to clean up the lead. They feel that it's going to turn into a gentrification piece, and they're going to push them out. District 4, your constituents are concerned about the West End Mall. Will they be included in the plans? They didn't make that meeting they had. I've seen that it was a meeting, but a lot of constituents didn't make it, so they want like a town hall to explain that from you. And the same with District 3, they want a town hall from Byron Amos to explain the situation with the lead issue. Now we will be at District 5. Thank you so much, District 5, for the Atlanta volunteer lawyers, the help. They've been a big help with the housing crisis and helping the people to know their rights. District 6, District 7, we ain't got that for you today. District 8, Mary Norwood, always an honor, pleasure. I just found out about some legislation that you put forth for housing. Since day one, I love being on your staff, pushing for you. I wish you were there today. All right, I got some more, but I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you. Michael Macias and then DeJuan Robinson after that. Michael Macias? No, sorry. You have 4 minutes due to contributed time.
All right. Like Michael Rundle said, we was here back May 10th. You guys voted unanimously to hold it, and then you come back, we was out of town and y'all slid this back in. Malcolm X once said, what's good for black folks is good for white folks, right? So, regardless of what these lawyers say, a lot of them want to tap dance because they don't want to offend the mayor and they don't want to offend this system. I don't make my money out the city of Atlanta, so I don't give a damn about going against it, right? So, a lot of you guys ask these same club owners for donation when you're running for office, but you get in here and be cowards. That ain't cool. It should not be an ordinance. It ain't about sending it back to committee. It should not be an ordinance. If you're not going to have the same ordinance for the Georgia Dome, the World Congress Center, the Hawks Arena, then it should not be a nightclub ordinance. It should be a case-by-case situation. If you ask a nightclub to provide the cameras and the police protection they don't, then deal with them accordingly. That does not cause for an ordinance. You know what I'm saying? The same way most of y'all got up here and gave yourself a raise on city council. Hey, the public don't get input on that. You do it because that's what you want to do. So you have the capability of doing it case by case. Dustin Hillers, you sit up here and pass it. You're the newest person to Atlanta out of everybody, man. No, seriously, you got some nerve. And you didn't support the Cape Mark affordable housing because you in bed with Brock Builder, you and your wife. You guys are in bed. She's a tax attorney. You guys have one of the biggest real estate companies. That's why you don't want to do it. And you council members look into that. And the law department, you standing behind this. You guys are putting the city of Atlanta in a federal class action lawsuit by doing this. And you know this. You cannot stand on this. And you need to look into this boy practices with his wife dealing with these big developers. Because that's the end game. Brock Builder and Dustin Hillers them. Look at his financial disclosure and you will find it. So the law department start doing your job and stop just letting them pass this stuff by. Now back to city council, we got 8 black councilmen. Ain't no way y'all born and raised in Atlanta gonna stand for this. Ain't no way we gonna do this. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It have always been racial tension in Atlanta, and it always will be. But we gotta move past that. Mary Norwood, come on. If it wasn't for me really being from the streets, I probably would have got counsel with my black card by supporting you. Because I had a good, my good friend Brandon Gooch over there, he tried to get me kicked out the tribe by supporting you over a black woman. But I stood there because I believed in that, because I believe that you would stand in the gap and help poor black folks when I didn't watch nobody else do it. For 47 years, we had a black mayor. I thought that you would do that. And for you to come now and to be standing with this, and that ain't right, Mayor. We can't do that, because guess what? Crime is always going to be here. There was once upon a time that it was nothing but white club owners downtown. The Atlanta children murder still happen under their watch. Leaving this establishment. So the only black club that was down there at the time was, I think, the Peacock. And then Mr. Magic been up longer than Dustin, you've been alive. Johnny Mills, Veronica, the Blue Flame. You got some nerve to go to these establishments, man. You got some nerves. You do that when your hands is clean, but when you dirty like you, brother, you don't do that, man. What's wrong with you, man? You open yourself up for a federal lawsuit, man, you and your household, and the city and law department. You need to know that this guy built a daggone pool during COVID with no permit. Got a pool in his backyard. Do you know that? Like, y'all gotta stop playing, because I ain't the one, because y'all know that I know and connect everything. Doug Shipman, I'm about to get out of here.
Time has expired.
And Doug, I asked that you look into this, because you appointed him as the public safety chairperson. I asked that you look at this, and he needs to be removed from there immediately, because he abusing his power. Immediately, Doug.
Next will be Michael Sterling, and after that, Donna Matthews. Mike Sterling. We'll move to Donna Matthews. Oh, there's Mike. Sorry, Ms. Matthews. Mr. Sterling, 2 minutes.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I'm Michael Sterling, here representing a number of owners of establishments, small business owners in the city of Atlanta who are very concerned about the ordinance. I think that you've heard some of the issues articulated very well by many of the, by Mr. Hilliard. Sorry, I ran over, I was out of breath in the committee room. By Mr. Hilliard and some of the other owners. What I think is important, and what I'm asking for today, is that you all send this back to committee. I know there's a consensus, because I've talked to many of you individually, to hold it in the breast of council. But as you all know, and as I know from my experience with the city, the real work gets done in committee. So what I would ask is that you send it back to committee. I know you're going to be dealing with the jail at the Public Safety Committee, so I know you're going to have a lot to deal with, but you can hold it, you can do a work session, and you can do some other things that allow us to listen to each other, because that's really the important part. As I spoke to each of you, I believe sincerely that you're trying to solve a real issue that exists in the city. I believe that your hearts are in the right place. You're trying to get violent crime and nuisance issues under control. You're trying to get rid of bad actors who don't do what they're supposed to do, unlike many of the people here today who do what they're supposed to do. So you're trying to get that under control, because it contributes to crime in the city, and it contributes to other issues that affect our communities and our neighbors. Most of these owners want to be good neighbors, are good neighbors, and want to continue to contribute. But I think if we take the time to listen to each other, we can really work through some of these issues and some of these problems. So what I'm asking is that you not only just hold it, but you send it back to committee, provide some time for a work session, and give us the opportunity to hear each other, listen to each other, just as I've listened to you, as we've talked one-on-one and believe sincerely you're trying to accomplish something. I want you to listen to us, because we have a lot of knowledge, and a lot of these individuals have a lot of knowledge about ways to help solve this problem. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We hope you send it back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Donna Matthews, and following that will be Jay Brandon.
Well, I think we can all agree that there's some additional changes that's presented in this document. We also understand that there's a nuisance law itself that you have. So we're confused why there wouldn't be a section for nightlife that specifies what we can do there instead of introducing this new ordinance, Council Hillis. Additionally, we'd also like to have access to the metrics that you're using to determine that violence is attributed to nightlife. Because what we can show you with research that we've amassed from nightlife leaders around the world with relation to a shooting that happened at the nightlife district in Orlando the other day is that violence is not attributed to nightlife. We'd like to have a little bit more transparency around your decision-making process. We'd like to understand and have the opportunity to work with you guys to develop laws to mitigate violence, because as it was said, these are the people that have multi-pronged establishments and operations that hire everyone from barbacks to line cooks to bussers and have security, which is the largest line item that we have as nightlife operators to protect our establishments and our guests in our establishments. Thank you. Just consider that.
Next is Jay Brandon, and after that will be Kristen Baker. Jay Brandon. We'll move to Kristen Baker. After that will be Ascend Walker. Please.
Hello, how are y'all? My name is Kristen Baker. I work at the Feminist Women's Health Center, an abortion clinic in Atlanta. We serve the people of Atlanta and many folks in the surrounding areas that travel hundreds of miles to receive our care. As a reminder, City Council members approved a resolution in January that reads, "The Atlanta City Council hereby expresses its commitment to reproductive justice and the protection of reproductive health care rights." The new proposal to lease ACDC to Fulton County and funnel more people through our carceral system is a direct contradiction to commitment to reproductive justice. The people of Atlanta deserve access to housing, community care, and resources and funds that allow them to invest in their futures. We deserve the closing of ACDC and reinvestment in our community. Closing and repurposing ACDC would make a way for a center that utilizes parental supports, housing, community gathering spaces, a wellness center with a clinic, and many other spaces for people to receive care that they need. It would also mean reallocating $300,000 of the ACDC budget into the Atlanta City Abortion Fund, allowing Atlantans and folks who travel to Atlanta to access the abortion care they deserve. It is our inherent right to be in control of our futures. Reallocating these funds would provide access to the future of Atlanta where people are not targeted and incarcerated as a result of racist and classist policing, but invested in and trusted with their future. We are asking that you fulfill your commitment to reproductive justice by closing ACDC and reinvesting its budget into the people of Atlanta. It seems that there's a common theme of not trusting the people of Atlanta to be in community with each other and know what's best. So I implore you to listen to the people here today and listen to what they want. We want to close ACDC. We want to work with each other about keeping each other safe and giving each other access to the health care that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ascend Walker, and following Ascend will be Courtney Ty. Ascend Walker. Courtney Ty. Next we'll move to Yaya McLean. Chris Brow. A. Bertrand.
Good afternoon, Council, everyone. I'm going to keep it short and brief. If I need to, I will. My name is Amici Bertrand. Not just A, my name is Amici Bertrand. It means all things I have come from God. My mother's a native. Her name is Kathleen Bertrand. My father's a native. His name is Andre Bertrand. I am a child of this city. I employ children of this city. I'm a part of the nightlife. I will not deny. My brand might be a little bit more rebellious than some others, so we are very willing and understanding of this ordinance. Howsoever, not being at the table during these conversations, not being able to be called upon for them, that is what I do have a concern for. I love our system of the MPUs, kind of how we have a different person for each area. I think that might be something that we might want to apply to this nightlife council or committee. But I definitely want to agree that this should go back to committee. There should definitely be some more planning. There should be some more discussion. I'm only bringing out my name because, at the very least, if you know my last name, you know I come from people who listen. I'm a listener. I listen to my people. I listen to the guys who work for me. I do everything I can to help. I hire everyone from college kids to, young 21-year-olds. I got some older gentlemen from the neighborhood that actually work for me. I help them, employ them for cleanup. The main thing is I have everybody's interests, all ages, all demographics. When I'm trying to put my team together, when I'm trying to run my business on a day-to-day basis. If you go run this city, I would also expect you to do the same. Take a little input from everyone. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Chris Bow is back. I know we have some folks watching from the other room, so 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chris Brown, also Public Safety Chair for the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board. I'm coming before you because we've been working, you had a lot of people reach out from business owners to constituents about this ordinance from Public Safety about the entertainment and nightlife. Historically, we actually created Entertainment and Nightlife Subcommittee in Public Safety last year before this administration actually took office. And we've been working to create this Community Blitz series that partnered with the business community and the surrounding neighborhoods to collaborate on how businesses and communities can come together to solve issues. This ordinance basically penalizes those nuisance properties, which we agree that there's some nuisance facilities and people that's operating, but I think that the punitive, unequitable posture that this ordinance presents, and I'm to the understanding that this is going to be a substitute, but we're asking for a stakeholder committee meeting or just a way that we can bring everybody together to give input before making these recommendations. We've done a lot of great work. There's a lot of great ideas. I think that the ordinance should identify a appeal process within the ordinance. I understand that maybe a SOP or something that may accompany. But let's find out a way that a person may appeal, because I think soon as we talked about this up at the strip club on Northside Drive, the shooting of the 8 individuals at the gas station, immediately conversation started going about how it was associated with the club through association of the gas station who actually was doing additional parking for the club. So the question started to become, would that club be penalized through that association of that gas station by making the means of the shooting happening at that gas station because they was doing parking? That's a question that's a great case study to which that this ordinance can be massaged. I think that there's some other comprehensive things that we can do as identifying the young folks who are burglarizing and having things that's going on, crimes of opportunity. We're bold enough to make these type of moves, but we won't enforce a curfew. Schools back in. There's some things that we can do to move forward to work with all of the stakeholders. But just give consideration to go back to this committee to have full vet of this piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Brian Winder, and after that, Khomeini Sutton. Brian Winder. Khomeini Sutton. After that will be Allison Offman.
Hello, my name is Khomeini Sutton, and I'm here to speak on behalf of all the service industry workers who are at risk for losing their jobs due to the nightlife ordinance. So by day, I'm a certified mental health counselor, and I work for a community agency providing mental health services for underprivileged youth and their families. Unfortunately, due to the rising cost of living in the city and the inadequate pay that mental health counselors receive to serve the communities who need our help the most, which is a whole nother issue that needs to be addressed, I had to take a second job as a bartender in order to make ends meet. Thankfully, Atlanta's nightlife and service industry shows much more love and support financially to the people who serve them than the government and state agencies do. Thanks to Atlanta's nightlife, I have been able to provide and support for my family and myself during these trying times. But now, through this law, you are threatening to take away my primary source of income due to circumstances that are bigger than Atlanta's nightlife. Increased violence is not an Atlanta nightlife issue. It's a citywide issue, a statewide issue, a nationwide issue that should be addressed as such. I feel much safer going to work at the bar than I do going to a gas station, a mall, a grocery store, or parks in the city. But there's no talk about shutting down any of these places due to isolated incidents of violence. The solution should not be to target and or take away the businesses and the industries that have been here since the beginning of time, helping hardworking citizens like myself find alternative means to provide for our families. Penalize the criminals, not the businesses and hardworking employees that are trying to provide for our families.
Thank you. Next will be Allison Offman, and after Allison will be Alyssa Gambino.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Kaufman, and I'm the chair of the Reproductive Justice Commission. Thank you for supporting the resolution that will allocate $300,000 to the National Network of Abortion Funds to help Atlantans better afford abortion access. Since introducing this resolution, the 11th District Court allowed HB 41 to go into effect. Except for very limited circumstances, what this will do is ban abortion access starting at fetal cardiac activity, which is around 6 weeks, which is before most folks know that they're pregnant. It also redefines person in the Georgia Code as a fetus and an embryo. Quite frankly, this is a very scary time to give birth in Georgia. As someone who recently gave birth and had a very complicated pregnancy, I am concerned about maternal health in our state. Studies show that maternal death will increase by 20% due to extreme abortion bans, and Georgia already leads the country in maternal death. This is why we need resolutions like this. This funding will help those who are able to get services early enough to still access care in Atlanta at one of our 11 abortion clinics. For those who can't, it will support them to cover the cost to access care outside of Georgia. And the majority of Georgians support this resolution. We have collected over 1,000 signatures in support of this funding and are eager to explore other ways the city, county, and state can help support access. I also want to connect the need for this funding to reproductive health care to the efforts to fully close the Atlanta City Detention Center. The same people being impacted by these abortion bans are seeing their families impacted by the carceral system. The money going to ACDC and the building itself should be turned over to the community, not least to Fulton County. This is the kind of redistribution of resources we need to start addressing these massive financial and health inequities we see in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Gambino, and then will be Rachel Durston.
The name's Elisa, because you asked to be corrected.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I really wanted to address my council member, Mary Norwood, so when she's ready to listen, please call me back up.
I'm sorry, you can't defer time. You have to take the time when it's given.
That's not okay. It's not okay because I've been waiting a long time. Okay. Hi, Mrs. Norwood. Okay. I'm a 22-year resident in Councilmember Norwood's district. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm a board member of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I represent a group of Buckhead residents who share Mary Norwood's concerns about public safety, but we have a very different view about what public safety means for our city. I attended a meeting in my neighborhood with Mrs. Norwood, and she said, and this is a quote, and I wrote it down, "We only want quality people in Buckhead." This gave me pause because the role of leadership is not to keep people out, not to judge them as quality or not, but rather to create a city where everyone can have a quality of life. The role of government is to create institutions that affirm and create that possibility. Leasing our ACDC to Fulton County does nothing to create quality institutions or quality of life for all of our residents. Fulton County's DA Willis and Sheriff Lamott must get serious about decreasing their jail population in Fulton County, just like we did here in Atlanta. And we cannot, as a city, make money off of incarcerating the people, the overflow from Fulton County. It's immoral. It feels immoral that our city would enter into a business agreement with Fulton County in order to make money off of incarcerating people when that space could be used to assist people in our city to improve their quality of life. Fulton County should decrease their jail population, full stop. And that space, I don't think even one bed should go to Fulton County. That space needs to be used by the community. And lastly, I didn't know about what was going on with the businesses, but no decision should be made about them without them.
Next will be Councilman Norwood. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I just wanted to say, if you will tell me which event it was so I can check with some of the other people, because I would have said something like I wanted people to behave, which is true. I want the city to behave. I want the people in the city to behave. I want the people in my community, my district to behave. That's what I want. That's not about quality. I've run 5 times citywide. I don't have any prejudice about quality or not quality.
You said we want quality. Yes, Barbara Kennedy's house, and I'll send the date.
I know that event very well.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, when council members are addressed by name during comment, they do have the opportunity to respond. Rachel Durston, and followed by Mark Spencer. Rachel Durston, Mark Spencer, Tracy Thornhill.
Good evening, Council. I've been sitting back there for a minute just looking, and I've been looking around, and I like to think I'm the president of ASME Local 1644, and I like to think I had a part, or ASME had a part, in a lot of you being elected, knocking on doors, and I'm here today to talk about our watershed workers. Our watershed workers that, with all of these clubs that we keep talking about, if it weren't for the watershed workers, they wouldn't have clean water. When you woke up this morning, washed your face, took a bath, you had clean water, you had clean drinking water. But when you look at it, they are not considered our essential workers. Public Works, Parks and Recreation, Streets and Highways got an additional $4.12 ARP money. They skipped over our watershed workers. Why? Why did they skip over these people? These people, when we talk about the nightlife, these people work 24 hours a day. And I'm getting the phone calls, Mr. Thornhill, why weren't we included? And I'm getting all kind of different answers from the administration, human resource. Well, they got this then and they got that then. No, the ARP money was meant for essential employees. How can you leave somebody out of it? Somebody that go out here and work every day, that makes sure that we have clean water. Just like the fire department and the police department work for public safety, y'all make sure we take care of them. I want you to make sure you take care of these watershed workers. And I come to ask you right now, what are you going to do?
Thank you. Next will be Alex Garrett, followed by Shira Kankool.
Hello. My name's Alex. I just finished my third year of law school. I'm a high-quality person from Buckhead. I live in District 7, and I'm here because I also support the effort to appropriate some money for the National Network of Abortion Funds. It's been almost 40 days since the Supreme Court overturned Roe and Casey, which is strange to think about. Roe was good law for almost 50 years, and now we're still in the first 40 days of the post-Roe world. I wanted to quote part of the resolution. It says, whereas the right to choose to have an abortion is essential to ensuring everyone can decide for themselves if, when, and with whom to start or grow a family. And we must do all we can to protect this fundamental right. This, I think, is worth as much as all the legal reasoning that has now been taken out of the law by the Dobbs decision. All of the italics and citations and footnotes that the Supreme Court passes down, they don't tell us very much about the rights of people. So I think that this is a useful first step in having local legislative constitutional interpretation, not feeling bound up by whatever these 9 creeps in Washington, D.C. Declare for the rest of us. It's important for us in Atlanta to have a concept of what the Constitution means to us here and now. And I think that making sure that there's reasonable means for people to make their own reproductive decisions is a terrific place to start. So thank you.
Thank you. Shira Kunkel, followed by Richard Starks. Shira? Richard Starks? After Mr. Starks will be Michaela Splon.
How you doing? First, I want to greet you. Assalamu alaikum. The nightlife saved my life. I'm a cancer survivor as well as a diabetic. I went to the government and asked them for assistance. I lost my house and my family due to my illness because I lost my job. I went to nightlife and asked them to donate to my family. Without any hesitation, some of these club owners not only dedicated funds to my family, but also gave to the Cancer Society and helped with diabetics in my neighborhood. Once I did the research and found out how many people were on the waiting list for just Medicaid, for housing, I realized there was a problem. The government, when I went to them, said either the funds were depleted or you had to be on the waiting list for a year. I had stage 3 cancer. There's only 4 stages to cancer. These people saved my life, so I'm against the ordinance. A lot of the media only shows the bad that these owners or clubs have. They're not there for the car washes, for giving back to the schools, for helping with the society cleanups, for helping with the homeless, because they're not doing it for the publicity. So once you close these clubs down and some of these entrepreneurs, the crime's not going to go away. It's only going to get worse between those hours. And we already don't have enough police in the streets. So you're creating a problem, not fixing the problem. Earlier I saw where you were giving awards for AIDS and all kinds of things. These people deserve a reward too, because they're not bad people. They've just been put in a bad position by people that are bad. And some of your criminals come to the club. Police wait for them and lock them up. Without these clubs, you will not have that anymore.
Time has expired.
I thank you for your time. Again, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Michaela Splon and then Jeffrey Williams.
Hello, my name is Michaela Splon, and I'm here today with People for the People. I am here today because I am absolutely appalled to find out that the city budget that was just announced, out of a near $235 million, is going towards the cops. They're at the top of the list. It is a $732 million budget, and only a measly $1 million of that is for community advancement. Community advancement, that should be the top priority. The top priority here. The city of Atlanta is not the police force. It is not the buildings that make it up. It is not the paved roads. The city of Atlanta is its community. It is the people that live here. You wanna talk about the police force? Weelani Park there are people attempting to turn into Cop City into a massive training facility. At a training facility similar to the one they are trying to build there, a cop was beaten to death in a riot simulation training. If they're willing to beat to death one of their own, imagine once those same cops actually get out there on the streets to beat down the people here trying to fight for what we believe in. Is that what we want? Is that what the city's funding should be towards? If you walk around these streets, you see tons and tons of people out there homeless with nowhere to go. There are shelters that, shitty ass shelters, excuse my language, but these shelters are horrible places. They're not treated well, they're not provided for well. They won't even take in handicapped and disabled people. So like right down the street behind the Capitol, they're attempting to sweep away the people living there. And I made a statement when I was here 2 weeks ago, and I will say it again now. If we, the people, are not being taken into account, then what does this country, what does this state actually stand for? It is meant to be about us people, and we need to matter. Community advancement needs to go on the top of the list. It needs to get the most
Time
funding.
has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Williams, followed by Kelsey Bond. Jeffrey Williams.
First, let me say how everybody doing. I want to speak on behalf of Atlanta, period, overall. I come from the Jonesboro South community on the south side of Atlanta, and I'm going to relate to the nightlife with entertainment. I'm an entertainment specialist. I'm an entertainment company. I'm YSL Records. For those of you who don't know, I represent YSL Records. Entertainment is entertainment overall. YSL Records, nightlife entertainment. I don't appreciate us being held accountable for what's going on in the city. What's going on in the city doesn't have anything to do with entertainment or the nightlife. But we're being held accountable for it. And I feel that that's the reason is because everyone wants to point fingers instead of try to solve the problem, as Brother Muhammad spoke on. Let's try to come up with a solution to the problem instead of keep creating problems. To stop entertainment and to stop nightlife and hold us accountable for it, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's injustice. We're fighting for our freedom. Nightlife is fighting for their livelihood, and we're fighting for our livelihood too. Atlanta is holding entertainers responsible for what others are doing. That's not our fault. I can't stop no one in this room from saying YSL. I can't stop no one in this room from saying Magic City, Blue Flame. We're not accountable for that. That's something we have no control over. We can't control what happens when a person leaves an establishment. If I walked out this building right now and something happened to me in the middle of Trinity Avenue, is that City Hall fault? Is City Hall blamed for that? No, but guess what happened? You'll say, well, hey, his son is Young Thug, so that's probably why he got killed. Young Thug is my son, my biological son. I have two sons fighting this RICO Act. We're going to fight to the end for entertainment and the nightlife. Because without the nightlife, we can't be entertainers.
Thank you. Next is Kelsey Bond, followed by Devin Franklin.
Hello. My name is Kelsey Bond. I'm a lifelong resident of Atlanta and a current resident of City Council District 6. I'm also an organizer with the Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here today to ask City Council not only to vote yes on this $300,000 fund to support folks who need abortion care, but also to continue doing everything in your power to protect the reproductive rights of working people who live here in Atlanta. Abortion, like all health care, is a human right. The final overturning of Roe v. Wade and the official enactment of Georgia's restrictive 6-week ban represent an abhorrent right-wing attack on working people across the state. And I specify working people because the rich and powerful and well-connected will always have the ability to access abortion care if they need it. I'm not here to debate whether abortion is moral, justified, or popular. We know that the vast majority of Americans support the right to choose, just like they also support universal health care. But the concept of choice is an illusion if it only applies to those with the means to pay or travel out of state. And these funds should come with no strings attached or means testing. This fight for free abortion on demand without apology is part of a larger fight to ensure free universal health care for all people. Keep in mind that those who claim to be pro-life are also those who refuse to fund vital services that keep families safe and healthy. Pro-life policy would mean that beyond abortion care, the government also fund health care, public schools, transportation, housing, sex education, and good union jobs that pay a living wage. It should always be a choice what happens to a person's own body, and that choice should not be conditional on whether they can afford it. This abortion fund is necessary to allow all individuals and families to continue making their own choices as part of a larger fight to obtain universal free health care.
Thank you. Next is Devin Franklin, followed by Micah Herskine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Devin Franklin, Southern Center for Human Rights, Movement Policy Council. I am here for a reason. Y'all know what reason I'm here for. The last time I was before this council, I left feeling especially hopeful about the possibilities that remain for us reimagining and repurposing the city jail. But I cannot help but hear the many comments that have been shared by the people concerning the nightlife ordinance that is underway. And I feel almost obligated to take some of my time today to ask the question of how much effort are we going to put into doing things the wrong way? There are very obvious issues with things that need to be corrected in the city of Atlanta. And it seems like so much effort and energy is put into addressing it in ways that don't actually solve the problem. Violence is an issue. Nobody will contest you about that. Something needs to be done about it. But within this city government, there's an Office of Violence Prevention that we don't ever kind of get an idea of what they are doing for those types of actions. But what we hear is that we want to punish people who are trying to make an honest living for the actions that are being done by somebody who was not able to resolve a conflict in a peaceful manner. Similarly, we have explained to you all repeatedly the problems with using ACDC as an overflow facility for the Fulton County Jail. Sheriff Labatt himself, and you will hear his words later on, I'm sure, has told us that using beds from ACDC to address the overflow issue does not solve Fulton County's problems, okay? I have been looking at lists for over a month, trying to update them as we go along. I have personally identified over 300 people who are sitting in Fulton County Jail for charges such as criminal trespass, death by shoplifting, possession of marijuana, possession of meth, possession of cocaine, and a whole bunch of other stuff that don't make us no safer because that person is locked up. There are options, treatment options that could be solved by a repurposed facility.
Time has expired.
Please, give me like 10 more seconds. The options that can be solved by a repurposed facility and reinvested to actually solve a problem as opposed to doing what looks right but ain't actually right. I am urging you all to be sincere about addressing the issue, not just doing something to make it look good. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Micah Herskine, followed by Devin Barrington Ward.
Good work.
Hi, everyone. My name is Micah Herskind. I'm a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights, and I'm also with the Close the Jail campaign. We stand in solidarity with everyone here today trying to stop the criminalization of nightlife in this city. What I'm here to talk about is what I've been here to talk about for the past 4 months. I don't think there's any group who's been here as consistently and as big as numbers as this Close the Jail campaign, telling you again and again to shut down the jail. We're continuing to hear that the city wants to work with Fulton and, resolve the overcrowding problem in Fulton. We keep telling you that Fulton County does not need ACDC, that ACDC will not solve the county's problem. It doesn't seem to be sinking in, so I want to play these words from Sheriff Labatt himself.
You're absolutely right. ACDC will not solve the problem. If we got it tomorrow, it will not solve Fulton County's problem.
So I'm going to play that one more time because you can never be too careful.
You're absolutely right. ACDC will not solve the problem. If we got it tomorrow, it will not solve Fulton County's problem.
You're absolutely right. ACDC will not solve the problem. If we got it tomorrow, it will not solve Fulton County's problem. This is a long-term problem that's existed for decades at this point. Giving ACDC to Fulton County is not going to solve the problem. That needs to be removed from the table, not even an option. It is so long past time to close the jail. I can't even believe that we are still standing here saying this. This is not a selectively edited video. I can send you the whole multi-hour Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting footage if you want to see it. These are his own words. ACDC is not going to solve the overcrowding problem at Fulton County. I'm going to close out. Let's play one more time. We couldn't hurt, right? Hey, we'll do as long as we want.
Absolutely right. ACDC will not solve the problem. If we got it tomorrow, it will not solve Fulton County's problem.
I got 11 seconds. Let's do it one more time.
You're absolutely right. ACDC will not solve the problem. If we got it tomorrow, it will not solve Fulton County's
Look
problem.
at that. Thank you. Please close the jail.
Thank you. Next will be Devin Barrington Ward. Due to contributed time, you'll have 10 minutes, and then after Mr. Barrington Ward will be Karima Dillard.
I assure you I won't take all 10 minutes. Devin Barrington Ward, Communities Over Cages, ATL. As my colleagues and friends and comrades have come up before you over and over and over again, we are here because we need to move in a different direction. Much of our concern is that less about ACDC and more about what type of public safety strategy are we really uplifting in the city of Atlanta. We love to make issues scapegoats, right? So we will dump all of the city's crime problems on a nuisance property or the nightlife industry, or we'll dump all the city's crime problems on the water boys, or we'll dump all the city's crime problems on overcrowding at Rice Street. But see, these are not new issues. I'm from Atlanta. Fulton County has been overcrowded since I was in middle school, and I'm 32 years old. Listen. Nothing that you all are considering from the sheriff is actually going to address the overcrowding issues at Fulton County. And in fact, it's actually going to increase the liability of the city of Atlanta. The fact of the matter is that if you all take on the responsibility of overflow at Rice Street, you all are responsible. That means that anything that happens in that facility on the sheriff watch now becomes an issue for the city of Atlanta. So if somebody's head gets cracked open, if somebody dies, if somebody is harmed in the facility like we have seen under this sheriff, and even when he was the city jailer, it is now again the city of Atlanta's responsibility. Why are we going to continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result? It's the definition of insanity. But let me also tell you what's insane. If we hear the sheriff's own words saying that ACDC will not solve Fulton County's problems, and then we agree to actually give it to him, then that would make us insane too. That would make y'all insane. And I would like to believe that this body of government is the body of government that is a little bit more sane, considering that the state capitol is up the street and we're not always sure about what's going on at Fulton County. So with that being said, we would love for City of Atlanta council members to actually lead on this issue. The other thing is that the sheriff has offered you all no data. He continues to say that there is an overcrowding crisis at Fulton County, but he doesn't give you any numbers about the number of people that are at Rice Street right now that could have been diverted via PAD. If you were to talk to PAD, they would tell you that there are hundreds of people at Rice Street right now that could have been diverted through the city's diversion program. But we funded the city's diversion program, and then we're not going to actually encourage our officers and law enforcement in the city of Atlanta to divert people away from incarceration. Well, then it seems like we're creating our own issue. So we need to stop getting in our own way. The other issue I want to speak to is the water boys. We know that this has been an ongoing issue, and it was one that I actually offered a solution for back in 2020. I said, why haven't we come up with a youth vendor program? Why have we not come up with a youth vendor's license? Why have we not coordinated with these young people to find designated zones in the city for them to sell their water and the other goods at? What we have done is either threw police at them, and then we stopped doing that, and so we've allowed the program to escalate to the point now where we're talking about banning the activity altogether. If we ban the activity, who is going to enforce that? And I can tell you, most of the APD officers don't want to enforce that. That's not something that they want to be tasked with. They want the leaders in this room to lead, to create the programs for the young people that get them off of the corners, because no, they don't. People have been talking about, oh, well, there's a lot of city employment opportunities. These young people actually get it, that a job is kind of a dead end. They understand that rather than going to a job and making $10 or $15 an hour, I can make $600 or $700 a week selling on the corner. Well, that's a no-brainer. They actually have some sense. But what they need is some structure. They need the adults in the room, they need the adults in the city to actually provide parameters for how they go about doing their activities, instead of just completely banning the activity altogether. Now, I know some folks will say some water boys have been dangerous, but that has not been the overwhelming majority of water boys. The ones by my house at 20 and MLK, they have a whole stand, they have a tent, they have signage. They actually run their business effectively. We should be paying those water boys to teach the other water boys around the city how to actually do this activity safely. That is how we do this without relying on the criminal legal system as the only way that we address problems. We go so often to police, prisons, and jails, and court systems. But what we don't go to is programming. What we don't go to is actually empowering young people so that they can teach other young people how to do this and be safe. Why are we always talking about banning activities, but particularly when it pertains to young black people? But there are business owners in the city that are not minority-owned businesses. When they make a mistake, they just get a slap on the wrist. They get a fine. But they're still able to do business, and oftentimes it's because they are people who contribute to folks' campaigns. I understand that these young people aren't able to do that, but it's something greater than that. They are standing, the ones that are doing this correctly, they are standing in the legacy of people like Maynard Jackson, who understood that Atlanta should be an economic opportunity engine and that you can get in on the ground floor. These are young people that have a hustle. Instead of selling drugs on the corner, they're selling water. So which one do you want them to do? Because I remember 10, 15 years ago, it could have been those same young people could have been the people that were selling crack on the corner. And we had problems with that, and rightfully so. But these young people are not doing that. They found an activity that is making them money, and so we as the adults in the room need to figure out what is the structure that these young people should sit in. As I close, I will say this. I'm honored that we have gotten back on the city jail. I'm honored that we've gotten the blessing of Congressman Lewis's family to rename the space after the late congressman. And John Lewis was arrested over 40 times between 1960 and 1966 for his activities in the civil rights movement. I went to a dedication of a park right by the Heroes Memorial over by Butler Street and Auburn Avenue. And I saw so many officials who talked about his history, who quoted him, who said all of these wonderful things. But one thing that I'm sure of is that the congressman would have much rather appreciated a reimagined detention center that now turns into a community center that can help us get to the root causes of the dysfunction that sometimes keeps us unsafe than a street or another park or another proclamation or another empty gesture. We want something that actually embodies what the congressman stood for. And what he stood for was redemption. What he stood for was revolution. What he stood for was doing the right thing. He actually sat in the very seats that you all are sitting in. You really have an opportunity to honor this man's legacy beyond renaming streets and dedicating parks to him. We should dedicate our buildings, we should dedicate our public policy, we should dedicate our resources to actually embodying what it means to be a person like John Lewis. And so I'll leave you all with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Karima Dillard, followed by Roberta Myers Douglas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karima Dillard, and I am a lifelong resident of Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised in Councilmember Overstreet's district. I'm also an advocate with the Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence. GCADV is an unlikely organization to join in the cry to repurpose the jail, but I'm here today to talk about why we are in this fight. Usually when people think about domestic violence, they think about root causes like interpersonal dynamics, difficulty resolving conflict, maybe even patriarchy and sexism. But what's often left out of the conversation are things like access to safe and affordable housing, access to mental health care, access to drug treatment. These are also root causes of violence that often get left out of the conversation. So when we think about the video or audio recording that you all heard about Sheriff Labatt saying that closing the jail is not going to solve the problem of overcrowding in ACDC, I'm asking you to do the hard thing, to do the right thing, to do the thing that's not easy, to be the vanguard. Councilmember Boone and Bond, our parents marched with Dr. King. They didn't do the easy thing. They did the right thing because it was what was needed for our communities. So closing the jail and actually providing services for folks who need it is actually preventing violence. Actually, Georgia Coalition Against Domestic Violence is one of many coalitions around the country that have discovered that putting people in jail does not reduce the incidences of violence. We are all banding together to figure out how we can actually address the root causes of violence, and we're actually really encouraged when Mayor Dickens talked about wanting to address the root causes of violence and got excited when things like midnight basketball went over really well.
Time has expired.
Thank you. Last thing, why not continue in that tradition of finding creative ways to engage and support our people rather than just locking folks up? Thank you.
Thank you. Roberta Myers Douglas, followed by Lila Givens.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm back again. Roberta Myers Douglas from Legal Action Center, a nonprofit law policy organization. We work nationally to increase services for people suffering with addiction issues, health issues, and we fight to dismantle mass incarceration. We're a member of the Communities Over Cages Alliance and have been fighting to get the jail closed and repurposed to be a hub for the services that we know the people of Atlanta need. And we're here again because you have heard from my colleagues, you've heard the stories about what's happening to people, the things that we can do and need to do, what won't happen if you decide to cede part of that center to Fulton County. Do what's right. Let's try something different. Let's try to use money in a different way, in the way the data actually shows us it works to help people change their lives. We know people need mental health services. We know people need treatment services. We know people need job training, skills training. We know people need help with family unification and to deal with other dysfunctions. I think you've heard a lot about all the different things that we could be doing and should be doing and have an opportunity to do. So hopefully you will stand firm and will look to find the solution that will lead to what we've all been fighting for a very long time. The fact that Congressman Lewis's family has agreed to allow us to use his name in another way to honor his legacy in a way that will be redeeming to this city. We hope that you will stand strong and fight against the efforts that have been put forward to continue to run that building like a jail, which has served no purpose for all of us. It just hasn't. So we have to commit to doing something different. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lila Givens, followed by Austin Gates. Lila Givens. Austin Gates. Mason Goodwin. CJ Pearson.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is CJ Pearson, and I currently serve on the board of directors of the Georgia Association of Minority Entrepreneurs. I'm here on behalf of an industry that I'm actually not at all a part of, but am supportive of just in the nature of the fact that I know firsthand through being a young entrepreneur the challenges and obstacles that are encountered every single day by business owners. And this is just another example of things that make it harder for them to do their jobs. After a pandemic, after a time of economic anxiety, more so than we have seen in recent years, we are asking nightclub owners, people in an industry that employs thousands of people across this city, to take on the responsibility of other people of actions that are not their own. They're asked to police the actions of people that have nothing to do with them, when that is the responsibility of the city, of the police. But also, too, what's incredibly important is that legislation that impacts them should involve them. From the point of inception to the point of making sure that from the time that this idea was even brought about, that they should have had a seat at the table, a place to be heard, and that's exactly why this legislation be sent back to committee. Now more than ever, it's an important facet of good governance to have the people that are involved, that this is going to affect, in the room where it happens. Good deals on behalf of the people it affects are not made in dark rooms, clouded in secrecy, but are made when those people have a voice to be heard. I'm supporting them as someone who supports businesses, as someone who supports people that are trying to make a living, but also people that are in the interest of consistency. It's been pointed out throughout today that the same regulations are not being applied to places like Lenox Mall and out-of-state developers, then why are we holding our own to a higher standard than the people that we hold people that aren't even here and don't live here, don't spend their dollars here? And that's all I'll say about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Abu Sharwan. Apologies. And following them will be Naya.
Thank you all for having me again. I was hoping for a bit of your time today to give my highest praise and recommendation for the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Unit, or PAD. As an emergency room doctor, I've looked at the data, and here in Atlanta, roughly 60% of those in a mental health crisis who get taken to a psychiatric emergency department are discharged back to the streets to the same exact conditions they left in. A lot of times, the outcomes are even worse when they go to the jail. And in case you didn't know, those who get discharged a lot of times are still left with no housing, no transportation to follow up and receive their medications or get to their appointments. PAD is doing the evidence-based public health work to get to the root of mental health crisis by addressing houselessness, mitigating further trauma, alienation, and violence by using a healing approach rather than cuffs and cages. While on the mobile crisis unit, I've witnessed firsthand PAD responding to those in our community in a way that no other institution, including hospitals and jails, ever have. I'll share a quick story from my time. I witnessed a man scared in an acute crisis, shirtless and houseless on the Beltline. He was surrounded by ill-equipped first responders, and I watched two PAD workers, armed with nothing more than a clipboard, khakis, and a minivan, de-escalate the entire situation and voluntarily provide him with transportation to their center and follow-up services. Interventions based in public health data and evidence-based approaches with specialized professionals like behavioral health specialists, harm reductionists, substance use counselors, housing authorities, and social workers, rather than armed militants to address those suffering from crisis, cost a fraction of our current broken system. We need a walk-in community support and diversion center like the Equity Center that experts from the community reimagined for ACDC and that you all have heard about today. We've traditionally and dangerously relied on police and carcerality to address public safety, houselessness, and mental health crisis rather than public health interventions, which tons of data show are exponentially more effective with a fraction of the cost. We have to condemn strategies for community safety which are completely unscientific and harmful to the most marginalized.
Time has expired.
Because it's simply not working. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Nia, followed by Natalie.
It's Naya. You said it right the first time.
Thank you, Naya.
I know that y'all are damn to listening to the public speak, but if y'all could listen up real fast, because this directly affects all of y'all. Like, this is towards y'all. Just know that. My name is Naya, and I'm with People for the People. If you drove by the Capitol at any point during the last month, y'all probably saw us out there 18 days and 18 nights fighting for liberation, and we will be persistent and we will not stop until we have rights. With that being said, I'm here to talk about the budget today. So, out of $732 million that y'all had for the budget, y'all allocated $235 million towards the police. The top line item on the list. At the very bottom of the list with $1 million in funding is community advancement. With there being 500,000 people in the city, that is $2 per person. Y'all heard that? $2 per person for community advancement. That is absolutely unacceptable and ridiculous. We have $732 million. That's $300 million shy of $1 billion to spend in the city. And y'all decide to spend it all on the police. The police have double what the fire department gets, not even to mention Parks and Rec, city planning. Parks and Rec only has $45 million. Y'all did that. Y'all did that. Do y'all care about community advancement? Do y'all care about uplifting the people of this city? Do y'all even care about listening to me right now while I'm talking to you and every single one of y'all are looking down while everyone else was talking about the nightclub stuff? Y'all didn't care. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. Like, it's sick that y'all know that as a city council member, y'all are supposed to sit here and listen to us and y'all can't even look up while people are talking. That's literally sick. Anyway, on a side note, it's very odd to me that y'all also opened this meeting with prayer. I grew up in the church, but we know there's supposed to be a separation of church and state, yet the first thing on the agenda was having a police officer say a prayer up on that stage. It's not really adding up to me. I know that the city budget has already been drafted for 2023, which is what I was referring to, but as a group, we are going to stay persistent in asking for the money that we need to help build up the community in Atlanta. And I want y'all city council members to remember my face, because I will be here every single week until we get the money that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natalie, followed by Derek Bassengale.
Hi, so I hope that some of y'all listen to me, especially if you have children. I was born in 2003, which means I'm 19 years old and I'm not old enough to drink. So I wanted to share with you my experience growing up in America and hopefully some of the experiences your children are having too. I've been a Georgia resident my entire life. I grew up training to be shot in school. I grew up in foster care and the foster system failed me immensely. In school, I was never given sex education. I was never taught about worker unity or workers' rights. My entire life so far has been watching the popular vote be disregarded, learning more and more about how women are, I was taught that women are in danger at all times growing up. In 2020, Georgia was the most dangerous state to be pregnant as we had the highest maternal mortality rate, and the maternal mortality rate for black women is 3 times higher. So the message your children are receiving is you are in danger at school, you are in danger outside, you are in danger from your own body, and the government is not going to listen or care because that's all we've seen our whole lives. We have been taught, go vote, and the popular vote is ignored. We've been taught, contact your representatives, and the representatives ignore us. We have been taught that this country and this state cares so much for the people, but every real-life example we've been given is the public opinion and public welfare being disregarded. Y'all would rather pour tons of money into militarizing the police than into supporting your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final comment from today will come from Derek Bassengale.
I appreciate the opportunity to address this body. I want to ask this member of council, why is Buckhead attempting to charter itself and form its own city? Because violence is at an all-time high, crime is at an all-time high, and people want a change. Now, I've heard all these businesses talk the game, but not one of them have said, I'm going to increase security. I'm going to work with APD to improve the quality of my business. We want to hold these businesses accountable. Because if you want to sell liquor in the state of Georgia, you need to be accountable and responsible when you're doing it. I support the city of Atlanta in its efforts to help businesses find a way to do business with other businesses. Now, we've heard people say Phipps Arena and State Farm Arena, but they're not getting shot up. They're not getting harassed by thugs and criminals every week. They're working with the police. They have well-established relationships that helps them maintain their business. So if you're going to do business, do it right. A lot of these businesses, if you look up the police call for services, the police have visited these businesses multiple times within a short amount of time. And you tell me you want to stay in business, well, what are you going to do to stay in business? Or are you going to continue to welcome crimes and fugitives into your establishment, where one speaker even admitted that criminals are inside those establishments and APD are waiting outside for them? Are you going to continue to do that type of business in the city of Atlanta, or are you going to work with the police to improve your business so you can maintain your business liquor license? Now, the other thing I want to do is I'm pro-business. This ordinance really is anti-business. I would discourage businesses from signing any civil agreements with the city because you forfeit your rights under OCGA 3332, Section B and Section 3, which allows you to appeal any challenges that the city is putting toward your business. Do not sign them because it's anti-business. But the city of Atlanta is doing a good job in helping communities stay safe and discouraging business from separating from the city, and also maintaining a viable business districts in our city. Derek Blasting aimed the government watchdog. It's my turn to talk.
Thank you. And I want to say special thanks to all the members of the public who have come today for public comment. We'll now move, public comment is over for today. We'll now move to report of the journal. Mr. Clerk.
I, Forrest Webb III, Municipal Clerk, do certify that the action minutes of the July 5th, 2022 council meeting are true and correct.
I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the minutes.
The vote is open. Please hold. Continue to hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion passes. Councilman Norwood, you want to be noted as an aye? Please note Councilman Norwood as an aye.
Duly noted. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the minutes passes. We'll move now to communications. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, if I could sound items 1 through 5 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5124, a communication from Janeed Sadafal, Interim Commissioner of the Department of Planning, appointing Mr. Gregory Pace to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5125, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, reappointing Mr. Scott Snipes to serve as a member of the Buckhead Community Improvement District. This appointment is for a term of 4 years to begin retroactively on June 18th, 2022 and expire June 17th, 2026. 22-C-5126, a communication from Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9, appointing Mr. James Martin to serve as a member of the Commission on Short-Term Rentals. 22-C-5127, a communication by Catherine Evans, Administrative Analyst of the City of Atlanta's Tree Conservation Commission, notifying the Municipal Clerk, Forrest Webb III, of the Commission's temporary appointment of Ms. Julia Skinner in the botanist, forester, horticulturist, or nursery worker category per the City Code Section 158-62. 22-C-5128, a communication by Catherine Evans, Administrative Analyst of the City of Atlanta Tree Conservation Commission, notifying Municipal Clerk Forrest Webb III of the Commission's temporary appointment of Mr. Marvin Greer in the Commercial or Industrial Developer category per the City Code Section 158-62. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let all 5 items follow that course.
If I could sound items 6 through 10 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
22-C-5129, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the appointment of Ms. Tamara Jones to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. 22-C-5130, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Justin Cutler to serve as the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation for the City of Atlanta. 22-C-5131, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Brendan Doherty to serve as a member of the Beltline Affordable Housing Trust Fund Commission in the For-Profit Development Community category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. 22-C-5132, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Miss Eunice Glover to serve as a member of the Atlanta Development Authority Board of Directors doing business as Invest Atlanta as the APAB representative. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. 22-C-5133, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Barry Givens Jr. to serve as a member of the Atlanta Development Authority Board of Directors doing business as Invest Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation to refer to Community Development, Human Services Committee, and Committee on Council.
Let all 5 items follow that course.
22-C-5134, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of the Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the reappointment of himself to serve as a member of the Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission. This appointment is for a term of 2 years to begin retroactively March 5th, 2022 and expire March 4th, 2024. Staff recommendation to refer to City Utilities and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
22-C-5135, a communication from Pierre Gaither, Executive Director of Atlanta Board of Education, submitting the appointment of Chief Ronald Applin to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission. This staff recommendation to refer to Public Safety Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration today?
There are no items.
Or is there any unfinished business?
There are none.
Thank you. We'll now move to Section 1 of the consent agenda, which begins on page 6. These are items that are for second reading. Are there any items to be removed from Section 1 of the consent agenda? Mr. Wan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like to remove 2 items. On page 10, item number 25, which is 22-0-1561. Again, that's page 10, item 25, 22-0-1561. And then on page 11, item number 28, 22-0-1567. So page 11, 22-0-1567. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I'd like to have removed ordinance number 22-0-1532. It is on page 6. It is number 3.
Thank you. Any other items? All right. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda Section 1, excluding the items that have been pulled by colleagues. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Norwood. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt Section 1 of the consent agenda with the items removed? Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt consent agenda Section 1, excluding the pulled items.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. (14 yeas, 0 nays).
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt Section 1 consent agenda carries. We'll now move to the consent agenda Section 2. It begins on page 22. These are items for first reading. Are there any items that should be removed from the consent agenda Section 2 today? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda Section 2. Moved by Councilmember Juan. Seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda Section 2?
There's a motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parliamentarian has corrected me to motion to refer. Thank you. The motion to refer by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Any discussion on the motion to refer consent agenda Section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of standing committees. Today we'll begin with the Transportation Committee, Chair Faroki.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have two items. If it's okay, I'll take the ordinance for second reading first before we turn to the item that Councilmember Norwood pulled from consent. 22-0-1552, which is item 1 on page 26. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Lewis authorizing the mayor as designee to install traffic calming devices on Pierce Street Southwest between Tift Avenue Southwest and Aileen Avenue Southeast and for other purposes. This item we will file because it's a duplicate of an ordinance that we passed on July 5th. Motion to file.
So motion to file 22-0-1552 coming out of committee. Doesn't need a second since it's coming out of committee. Any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file 22-0-1552.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
The second item is 22-0-1532, which Councilmember Norwood just pulled from the first consent agenda. I don't know if proper protocol is to read it in before we discuss it, or if Councilmember Norwood would like to speak to it. Please do.
We can read it in, and then I'll speak to it.
(22-0-1532), an ordinance by Transportation Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the fiscal 2023 General Obligation Capital Outlay Fund budget on behalf of the City of Atlanta Department of Transportation and transferring between the project the sum of $6,337,630.00 and transportation impact fees for use under FC 9661, Transportation and Infrastructure Construction Services, large with Astra Group, Inc., B., Brassfield and Gorey, LLC, C., C.W. Matthews Construction Company, Inc., D. E.R. Snell Construction, Inc., E. Pittman Construction Company, and FC 9662 Transportation and Infrastructure Construction Services, small with A. Astro Group, Inc., B. Brassfield and Gorey, LLC, C. C.W. Matthews Construction Company, Inc., D. E.R. Snell Contractor, Inc., E. Pittman Construction Company, F Precision 2000 Inc., and G Stewart Brothers Inc., and for other purposes, modernizing traffic signal communication corridors, complete streets, intersections, improvement projects to increase roadway systems capacity, and for other purposes.
The motion is to adopt. I'd like to make a substitute motion to amend, if my colleagues would please be so kind.
So coming out of committee, we've taken it off the consent agenda, but it comes in with a motion to adopt from the committee. Councilmember Norwood has offered a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bond. Councilmember Juan, you had a question? We'll move to discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Juan.
What is the amendment?
Yep. Could you read in the amendment, please, Councilmember Norwood?
The amendment, there are 12 projects that are listed with impact fees. The one that is listed for District 8 has the wrong location. Everyone should have gotten from David Johnson the amendment. It should be in your inbox. So it is literally only to change the location of the District 8 project. It has been approved for impact fees, and it is, and the most important thing for my colleagues to know is that back in June, I hand-delivered to the administration, to all of the top members of the cabinet and the administration, that this particular project that is still listed on the list was one that I was asking be not funded. It had never gone through the community. It was not the right project. An equivalent project in my district has qualified. So what I want to do is to swap the location only so that the project that needs to be done can be done. It's 12 different impact fee projects. This qualifies. It's on the CIE, so I am merely making a location change.
Thank you. We're in discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask Law to speak on this in a second, but at first, and I guess I'm going to preface my question to Law. My understanding is that the project that is currently listed on the piece of legislation was on the CIE that was approved last year by ARC, and that the project that Councilmember Norwood is proposing, which I too would like to see completed, is on the CIE that is currently pending before the Atlanta Regional Commission but hasn't been approved by the Atlanta Regional Commission. And so I think my question is twofold. What implications, if any, exist there if the new project is on the list that we've adopted, but it's currently being reviewed by the ARC, and would we need for them to approve it first for it to be eligible for these dollars? And then second, if there is a desire to not spend the $960,000 on the project that is currently listed on the piece of legislation, is there a way for us to amend this paper to keep those dollars for District 8 on a project that is either on the list that's already been approved in 2022, or can we keep it to put towards the project on Habersham once it gets approved by the ARC? So I know it was a really long question, and I can ask it again, but my understanding is the project that is being proposed to be where the money that would receive it hasn't yet been adopted by the ARC. So is there a way for us to hold these dollars and not hold up the rest of the projects, but to keep these dollars so that they can go toward that project once it gets approved by the ARC?
I'll start with the initial. Your first statements are correct. That the project.
Pull the mic a little closer to you, City Attorney.
The project is on the 21 list, as you indicated. The project that's proposed now is currently on the list that's before the ARC. That is not yet, but it's subject to being approved by the ARC. They just haven't taken that action yet. In terms of whether we can hold the funds, I'm not Hold on for a second. Somebody may be answering. Okay, I don't have an answer about whether we can hold those funds.
May I ask another question? Are all of the other 11 projects on this list, do they come from a previous CIE that has been approved? Is my change the only change that is not approved by the ARC? Is that correct? So we've gotten the answer for that. We know all the other 11 are previous year's CIEs that are now getting funded with impact fees.
The question is whether. Sorry. And the one for District 8 has not. Is that the question?
Yes, Madam Attorney. The point is this. If I cannot make this change, are there any other of those projects that are on a pending list, or are they all, the other 11, are they on a previous CIE that was adopted? That is my question.
Okay, the answer I'm receiving is yes.
Okay, then so what we have to do is to remove this project. I just want to say for the record, the administration got my request delivered by hand that this project should not go forward. That was delivered by hand to every office on June 9th. I have a copy right here. I have the project right here. The idea that that project found its way onto a transportation committee approval without my knowledge and without my being notified after having explained in writing that that was to be removed is inexplicable. It was on page 203 of the agenda that I went painstakingly page by page on Saturday looking for impact fee projects and found the one that was specifically requested not to move forward. So I am very disappointed. And I am very disappointed that there will be no funding for District 8 in this bill, because there is no way for me right now in 10 minutes, and I'm not going to keep y'all here, to figure out where else I could put something in this moment. So I will pull it. So my amendment is to remove the Fund 3502, Department 330-301, account 59999, function activity 4210000, project 4085, funding source 91105, total $960,000, to be removed from the impact fee legislation 22-0-1532. And I hope that my colleagues will help me as soon as I can secure a replacement project for this funding.
Councilman Norwood, just so we're all clear, you're pulling your original amendment and you're offering an amendment simply to strike the project that you've outlined.
That is that my district does not want. Yes.
Is there a second to Councilman Norwood's new amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Councilman Westmoreland.
And just ensure that in the caption and in section 1 of the ordained clause, the $6,337,630 now needs to read $5,377,630.
Councilmember Shook, we're still in discussion now of the new amendment. No? Okay. Is there any other discussion on the amendment to change the caption and strike the outlined project?
Where's Mr. Westman?
Councilman Norwood, I'm assuming your Mr. Westmoreland's adjustment of the caption is okay with you, pending his mathematical skill.
Yes, it's a friendly amendment, and I will prepare legislation for replacement projects that are what District 8 would prefer.
Okay. Any other discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, we'll move to vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. We're now into the motion to adopt as amended. Council members, we're going to into discussion of the motion to adopt as amended. Council member Shook.
Well, and I'm going to support it, but Ms. Norwood, I have a thought for your consideration. In past discussions, I've never been convinced that the city could not create a mid-year window for supplemental amendments or project requests. And so it's possible that we could have that discussion. Unless I'm wrong, we could reopen this in 6 months and everyone would have a chance to take it up again, which would at least cut your weight in half in terms of earmarking and deploying the money.
The project is underway. Watershed is doing the culvert. Planning, transportation is doing the roundabout. The upstairs departments are working on this right now. So it's not something that it was because of a terrible, horrible accident that happened by a guy jogging at dusk on this road that has 15,000 cars a day driving at 50 to 60 miles an hour. He was coming across the street and he was absolutely, we don't know if he lived or not. He was in such horrible, horrible shape. So it is a safety project. It is a flooding project. Valley Road floods because it's a valley, and it's something that's really important to do now. So I saw an opportunity with money that I wanted to change from a project that is not wanted, and I so said 2 months ago, to a project that is wanted, is needed, and is right now in construction upstairs. But I don't have any funding for it. And because I can't do this and even put it in, then if it's 6 months, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Now, I understand it hasn't been approved, but if we go ahead and put it in and see, and ARC denies this project, then it doesn't get funded. But we will have said we're having a placeholder for it. So I just went along with everybody because I don't want us to be here for 5 hours. I've been down here too many years. But if we can reconsider, and y'all will indulge me to let me have the money that I need for this project, assuming ARC gives the go-ahead. Or does it have to be separate legislation that I introduced today? Do I have a legal opinion?
Councilman Norwood, can you repeat your question for the water department?
My question is, if it's the will of this body to reconsider and let me put this back in, even though law is saying we haven't gotten the final approval from ARC, if it's not of any interest, then I will give up the money and I will deal with it in 2 weeks or a month or 6 months or whatever. But it is something that is stunning to me that I started working on this in June, went straight to the administration. I have the documents here. And yet it ended up that I was ignored, or whatever the reason that a councilwoman could say, I do not want us to spend $1 million on this project, there is no support for it, and I made sure in the community that that was the case. So I take it out, want to do something that is underway right now that has public safety and health implications, and we can't do it because of a technicality, because ARC hasn't done the final. I would like to see us put it in, and then the mayor can veto it if he decides that it doesn't work. So I've already voted with y'all. I won't keep you here for hours. I'll make a motion to reconsider. If there's not a second, then it dies.
Is there a question for Law?
I wasn't sure what the question was. I can speak to Council Member Shook's question about whether there can be a mid-year review, and we could do that provided we go through the public hearing process, so that's possible. And my staff is recommending that there would be separate legislation. Okay, planning apparently has called and asked to speak, but that would require a committee of the whole. Is that correct? I mean, so I can try to talk with them and get what it is that they're adding to this discussion. But certainly, I mean, there's nothing to prevent what Council Member Norwood has indicated in terms of, making her motion. I don't know if there's anything that precludes that.
Councilman Westmoreland.
Okay, so 3 thoughts. One, your frustration about why this project is on this list is totally well-founded. I think everybody on the dais understands that. My concern about putting it back in is that state law says we're allowed to spend impact fee dollars on projects that are on the approved CIE list, which is why it seems like we should wait until the moment ARC signs off on our list, and then we can spend the $802,000 that's needed for the Habersham project at Valley as soon as humanly possible, and be consistent with state law. So actually, I really think I just have 2 comments. I think there are 2 different issues here. One is this project should never have gotten on the piece of legislation that's in front of us based on what you shared with the administration, and state law requires us to wait just a little bit longer before we can put the $802,000 towards the Habersham project.
Councilman Waits.
I'm just curious, given the urgency and the safety dynamic, is there a capacity to move this forward, given the seriousness of what she has raised in terms of why the project is needed? And secondly, it's my understanding that, this is a district member representing the community. So I'm curious as to why we're not able to honor that. And I'm very clear about the state piece. But can we move it through contingent upon that approval so that we don't miss the window that she's referencing?
It's a funding, may I? It's a funding stream. The only issue here is where the money is coming from. And this bucket of money requires projects to be on an approved CIE list before we allocate money. If people want to allocate money from a different funding stream to fund this project today, that's a whole other bag of worms we could open. But this particular funding stream has to be approved by the Atlanta Regional Commission under state law before we can allocate dollars to it.
Councilmember Bond.
Well, I have a suggestion. Why don't we just remove the project that's in question that should not be there? We've done that. Yes. And then at the end of the meeting, you just introduce a piece of legislation to take those funds and put them into an escrow account or a trust fund until it's time to have them spent. And that way you're not trying to fund something that hasn't been approved. Indeed. But you're still encumbering the money.
Okay.
Do that.
Right.
I might ask law and or finance if there's any notion of a problem with doing that.
I'm not aware of a problem doing that.
I'm sorry, what was the answer?
No concerns from the Department of Finance.
Other discussion on the motion to adopt as amended. Councilman Westmoreland?
No, is that before us?
It is before us.
And it's been seconded?
It has been seconded.
Excellent.
There's a motion to adopt. We are in discussion on the motion to adopt as amended 22-0-1532. And just as a reminder, the amendment changed the caption and removed the project that Councilmember Norwood requested. Is there any other discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1532 as amended.
Please hold. Please continue to hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Farokhi, any other items today?
I just received a text saying we need to amend this paper also to change fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23 in section 1. So I know we just approved it, but is it possible to reconsider it and amend it very quickly? Yeah. Now we'll move to reconsider 22-0-1532 well, first we'll do that.
There's a motion reconsidered by Mr. Farokhi. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Amos. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Shook.
Yeah, so could someone pass it along again as to what the reconsideration is meant to accomplish? I didn't quite.
Just hold one moment.
Fine.
Councilmember Farokhi, can you just explain again the motion
is
to
going to
reconsider?
What?
It's a technicality.
The motion will be to amend section 1 to change fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23. And if the finance department would like to speak to the implication of that, they're welcome.
The 22 CIE is the one that's approved. The 23 CIE is the one that isn't, which is where Habersham is, which is why I had to take it off. So I think the caption is correct.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, council members. Yolanda Carr, interim deputy CFO. In section 2, it indicates FY22, and so we're in the FY23 fiscal year. So when we make the update to our system, it'll be to the FY23 budget that we have before us.
Okay.
I will move to amend.
Well, no, we've got to get to reconsideration. Then we'll amend. Is there any more discussion on the motion to reconsider? Without objection, we can adopt the motion to reconsider via unanimous consent. Any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to reconsider.
Unanimous consent of members present is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to reconsider is carried.
I will move to amend 22-0-1532, section 1, to read that the chief financial officer or her designee is authorized to amend the fiscal year 2023 general government capital outlay fund budget on behalf of the Land Department of Transportation by transferring from appropriations ... but it's really changing fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23 in section 1 of the paper.
There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
Please continue to hold. Mr. President, I stand corrected on the last vote. Unanimous consent of members present should have been 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion to reconsider was carried unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays. Now we're on the motion to amend. Please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries. Mr. Farokhi.
Motion to approve as amended.
There's a motion to approve 22-0-1532 as amended. Is there a second? Oh, that's... Parliamentarian has advised me that it doesn't need a second because it's still coming out of committee. So there's a motion to adopt 22-0-1532. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1532 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Mr. Farokhi.
That concludes the report of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. We'll now move to the Finance Exec Committee. Chair Wan.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we are now on page 29 of the agenda. Mr. President, I'm going to go and take the two items that were taken off of consent because we need to do a public hearing for one of them. So that the first one will be 22-0-1561. This was on page 10, item number 25. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee, providing for the issuance of not to exceed $4 million in aggregate principal amount of the City of Atlanta general obligation bonds for various purposes, pursuant to and in accordance with an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia, ratified at the general election held on November 5th, 1968, and proclaimed by the Governor of the State of Georgia on December 13, 1968. 1968 Georgia laws 1586 to 1587 inclusive, and continued by 1986 Georgia laws 4824 to 4825 inclusive, and for other purposes. All right, this requires a public hearing to be held pursuant to a notice of public hearing posted in each of the Fulton County Daily Report and the Atlanta Journal-Constitution on July 12, 2022, with respect to the issuance of the City of Atlanta of its not to exceed $4 million principal amount of various purpose general obligation bonds to provide funds to pay for or to be applied or contributed towards the cost of acquiring a site or sites and constructing and equipping thereon municipal buildings and related facilities, of renovating, improving, adding to, and equipping existing municipal buildings and facilities, or acquiring property, both real and personal, necessary or desirable for use in connection herewith, and of paying expenses incident thereto. Legalese there. I'll make a motion to open the public hearing on the proposed issuance by the City of Atlanta of its not to exceed $4 million principal amount of various purpose general obligation bonds.
So, Councilmember Wan, I think you need to make a motion to the Committee of the Whole, so we can move in the Committee of the Whole out of this stance, and then we can open the public hearing.
All right, I will do that. Motion to move into Committee of the Whole.
Motion to move into Committee of the Whole, seconded by Mr. Dozier. Any discussion on the motion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move in Committee of the Whole.
Unanimous consent of members present is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'll make a motion to open the public hearing, hopefully with unanimous consent.
There's a motion to open the public hearing. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Dozier. Any objection? Any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to opening the public hearing? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to open the public hearing.
Unanimous consent of members present. It's 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now in public comment. Chair Wan.
Mr. President, I do not believe we have anyone signed up to speak. I'm confirming that right now. Seeing none, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing. Okay.
So motion to close the public hearing. It was seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to close the public hearing.
Unanimous consent of members present is 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to close the public hearing carries. Councilmember Juan.
Mr. President, I move to return to regular session from Committee of the Whole.
There's a motion to close the Committee of the Whole and return to regular session. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the closing of the Committee of the Whole? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to close Committee of the Whole and return to the regular session.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. Councilmember Juan, we are back in regular session.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this came out of committee favorable, subject to the public hearing, so the motion from the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1561. It is favorable. It doesn't need a second coming out of committee. Is there any discussion of the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1561.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right, colleagues, the next item that was pulled off. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Make a motion to move this to the mayor's office post haste, please.
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to move post haste. Is there any discussion of the motion? We'll do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to moving post haste? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. Chair Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the next item was pulled off of consent as well. This was item 22-0-1567. I'll make a motion to amend to bring forward a substitute. I'm going to read in the caption because it is different. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, substituted by Finance Executive Committee and substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing the transfer of $10,000.00 from the District 10 carry forward account to the District 10 distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $2,000.00 from the Post 1 at-large carry forward account to the Post 1 at-large distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $2,000.00 from the District 5 carry forward account to the District 5 distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $25,000.00 from the District 4 carry forward account to the District 4 distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $20,000.00 from the District 1 carry forward account to the District 1 distribution account, authorizing the transfer of $10,000.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry forward account to the Post 2 at-large distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes. The amendment adds 3 or 4 other district councils funds for that. So a motion to amend by bringing forward the substitute.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1567, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-0-1567.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
With that, motion to move adopt as amended.
There's a motion coming out of committee, so it doesn't need a second. 22-0-1567 to adopt. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1567 as amended.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. And
Chair one.
One more paper, and that's on page 29, 22-01530, an amended ordinance by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to accept proceeds from the Northwest Atlanta Perry Bolton Tax Allocation District TAD Fund on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management, and to anticipate and appropriate the Northwest Atlanta Perry Bolton Tax Allocation Fund proceeds in the amount of $5,100,000.00 into the Department of Enterprise Asset Management's 2018 Public Safety Project Fund for the construction of Fire Station 22 and for other purposes. This came out favorable as amended on condition from committee. The condition to provide comparable financial analytics on other similar fire station construction projects has been met and provided to all council members. With that, the motion is to adopt as amended.
Motion to adopt 22-0-1530 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1530 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
That concludes my report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair One. Next will be Committee on Council. Chair Boone.
Good afternoon. Please turn to your agenda for the report of the Standing Committee on Council. President, may I sound items 1 through 6?
Without objection, please proceed.
Item 1, 22-C-5100, a communication from Council members Liliana Batiera, District 5, Alex 1, District 6, Howard Shook, District 7, Mary Norwood, District 8, and Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large, appointing Ms. Alexandra Joseph to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission, Compensation Commission. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item 2, 22-C-5101, a communication from Sheriff Patrick Labatt, appointing Lieutenant Colonel Curtis Clark to serve as a member of the Public Safety Commission on behalf of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Item 3, 22-C-5114, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman, appointing Ms. Amy Knopf to serve as a member of the Buckhead Community Improvement District, CID. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Item 4, 22-C-5116, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea Boone, District 10, Marcy Carrier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, appointing Mr. Kevin Marshall to serve as a member of the Human Relations Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 5, 22-C-5117, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. Philippe Dane Brock to serve on the Fulton County Board of the Health on behalf of the City of Atlanta. Item number 6, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens, appointing Mr. J. Dupe Majur to serve as the Chief Procurement Officer for the City of Atlanta. These items were found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt these 6 items coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Given that these are communications, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Is there any objection? Mr. Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt these 6 items.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these 6 items carries.
Mr. President, may I sound items 7 through 9? These council appointments were found favorable.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item 7, 22-R-3972, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Mr. Mitchell Shelby to the City of Atlanta Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee as one of the 3 members appointed by the Atlanta City Council for a term of 2 years. Said term to begin upon approval of this resolution and for other purposes. Item 8, 22-R-3973, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Mr. Zach Gober to the City of Atlanta Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee as one of the 3 members appointed by the Atlanta City Council for a term of 2 years. Said term to begin upon approval of this resolution and for other purposes. Item 9, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Mr. Terry R. Simmons, the nominee of the Gates City Bar Association, to serve on the governing board of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 3 years to begin on the date of approval of this appointment and for other purposes. These items were found favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt these 3 items coming out of committee. They don't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these 3 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Mr. President, item 10, 22-01554, an ordinance by council members Antonio Lewis, Howard Shook, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Alex One, Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Michael Julian Bond, Liliana Batiera, Marcy Carrier Overstreet, Mary Norwood, and Jason Dozier, as amended by Committee on Council, naming the Atlanta City Council's Committee Room 1, the Larry Dingle Committee Room, and for other purposes. This item was found favorable as amended. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee 22-0-1554. As amended, is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1554 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
We would like to wish Mr. Matt Westmoreland a happy birthday today. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Boone. We'll now move to the Zoning Committee, Chair Overstreet. Oh. While she's coming up, Mr. Lewis, do you have a comment?
Yes, and I just wanted to comment on the Larry Dingle Committee Room. I wasn't here when he worked here, but my respect and appreciation for folks that did stuff for our city is next level. And our city needs to be in the business of making sure we take care of people that do stuff for us. So I'm appreciative and support, and I appreciate my colleagues for standing with me on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Overstreet, Zoning Committee.
Thank you, President Shipman. So, colleagues and everyone following along, please turn your agendas to page 35, and we're going to start with ordinances for second read. I would like to take legislation number 1 first. Legislation number is 22-0-1126. The zoning case number is Z-21-118. The location is 4336 Cascade Road Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from FCR3, Fulton County R3 single family dwelling District 2 MR3C, multifamily residential conditional. Item number 1 was favorable on substitute as amended in committee, amended on condition. The condition was to amend with the site plan, which all of the council members have received. So the motion is to amend 22-0-1126 to attach the amended site plan.
There's a motion to amend by Councilmember Overstreet. It's been seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend.
Please hold. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
So now we need to vote on 22-0-1126 as substituted and amended.
So there's a motion on the table to adopt 22-0-1126.
I said, so now we need to vote on 22-0-1126.
Yes, there is a motion to adopt. It's on the table. So is there any discussion on the motion to adopt?
So is that motion to adopt on the table, or does it have to come from? How does that work?
Right now, it's been amended, so where you are now is...
Okay, there's a motion to adopt 22-0-1126 as substituted and amended. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1126.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item number 2. It's legislation number 22-0-1155. It's a personal paper. The location is Beltline Overlay. The ordinance 2 is a zoning code amendment related to Chapter 36A, Affordable Workforce Housing, Beltline Overlay. The motion is to refer this item, number 2, to ZRB and Zoning Committee. The ordinance requires input from the MPUs and so must go through the full ZRB and Zoning Committee processes.
Just for clarity, did the motion to refer come out of committee, or you're making that motion?
I'm making that motion.
Great. There's a motion to refer 22-0-1555. Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer 22-0-1555? Hearing none, we'll move to a motion to refer. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Chair Overstreet.
Thank you. Let's move on to first reads. Items 3 through 12 are first reads, and I would like to take these as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Number 3, legislative number 22-0-1579, zoning case number Z-22-11, location 1355 Funston Street, Southwest. This is a corrective ordinance, and it's to attach the conditional site plan correcting 22-0-1234. Ordinance number 4, 22-0-1580, case number Z-22-41, location 1070 Deal Avenue, Southwest. The rezoning is to rezone from R4 BL, single family residential beltline overlay, to MRC 1BL, mixed residential commercial beltline overlay. Number 5, 22-0-1581, case number Z-22-42, location 241 and 253 Boulevard Northeast, 239, 240 Howell Street Northeast, and rear 240 Howell Street. 487, 491, 495, 499, 505, 509, 515, 519, 523, 533, 539, and 545 Highland Avenue. The ordinance is to rezone from C to BL Commercial Service District B Beltline Overlay and R5BL to Family Residential Beltline Overlay to MRC3BL Mixed Residential Commercial Beltline Overlay. Number 6, 22-0-1582, zoning case number Z-22-43. The location is 2285 Alvin Drive Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A, single family residential, to MR3, multifamily residential. Number 7, 22-0-1583, zoning case number Z-22-46. The location is 900 Brady Avenue Northwest and 1008 Brady Avenue Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I2 heavy industrial to MRC3 mixed residential commercial. Number 8, 22-1584, zoning case number U-22-11, location 530 Flat Shoals Avenue Southeast. The ordinance grants a special use permit for a microbrewery. Number 9, 22-0-1585, zoning case number U-22-12, location 1455 Campbellton Road Southwest. The ordinance grants a special use permit for a cell tower. Number 10, 22-0-1586, zoning case number U-22-13, location 10 Forsyth Street. The ordinance grants a special use permit for a data center. Number 11, 22-0-1587, zoning case number zoning case number U-22-14, location 485, 489, 495, 501, 508 Foundry Street Northwest, 174, 178, 182, 184, 190, 192 Northside Drive Northwest, 480, 486, 490, 496, 502, and 506 Spencer Street Northwest, 185 and 193 Electric Avenue Northwest. The ordinance grants a special use permit for an outdoor amusement enterprise. Number 12. Case number 22-0-1588, zoning case number U-22-16, location 1998 Hosea L. Williams Drive Northeast. The ordinance grants a special use permit for a rental establishment. The motion is to refer items 3 through 12 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion to refer the items as outlined. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Amos. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer all of these items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
Please hold. continue to hold. The vote is open. Please vote. The vote is now closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. Chair Overstreet.
That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We now move to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Chair Hillis.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. We have one item on the report, and that is 22-0-1356. There's an ordinance by, actually, there's an amendment that changes the caption. So if we make that amendment first, it removes 3 original sponsors of the legislation from that legislation. So I'll make a motion for that amendment, and that removes Council Members Lewis, Waits, and Amos as co-sponsors of the legislation.
There's a motion to amend 22-0-1356. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. We'll now move into discussion on the motion to amend. Councilmember Bond.
Yeah, I'd like to add my name to the amendment to remove. Have my name removed.
Sorry, just for clarity, you want to also be removed from the legislation. Councilmember Hillis, are you open to including Mr. Bond? Okay. So the motion to amend has 4 members now included. We're in discussion on the motion to amend. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to amend 22-0-1356.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 15 yeas, 0 nays.
15 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Thank you. So now the caption reads, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin Hillis, Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Howard Shook, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Andrea Boone, and Amir Faroki, as substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee, as amended by the Atlanta City Council to amend Chapter 74, Article 5, Section 74-175 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the municipal court to order the abatement of a public nuisance established as a result of violent conduct or crime occurring with certain properties through the immediate closure of such properties, to require the municipal court to order the abatement of such a public nuisance through the immediate closure of such properties where the municipal court has determined such a public nuisance to have occurred twice regarding the same property within 24 months and for other purposes. So the motion from the committee was to approve. However, I'm going to make a substitute motion to refer back to committee, and then would like to address some of the blatant lies and misrepresentation that certain people have referred to that reporter in this important piece of legislation that I worked with the administration with law department to draft. So that is the motion that I'm making to send it back to PSLA.
There's a motion to refer to the committee, PSLA. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Amos. We'll now move into discussion on the motion to refer. Councilmember Hillis, I'll let you go first if you'd like.
So, a few things. This has been to committee at least twice, before the committee twice. We had some robust public discussion. It has actually been the subject of a work session that was here in these chambers, where I believe about 6 or so council members came to hear more public comment. And the base of the confusion really lies within what this ordinance does. This actually started out with a conversation with the administration that the city wanted to
enact what is called a padlock ordinance, much like the city of Baltimore has, the city of Chicago has, and many other cities. Not to be used frequently, like in Baltimore, it was adopted, I believe, in 2017. They've padlocked 4 businesses since then. None of them clubs or nightlife establishments, and that moves me to the second part. There's nothing in this ordinance or our existing nuisance code that refers to nightlife. The word club is not in here anywhere. The word hookah lounge, gas station, etc. is not in the operative part of this ordinance. Thirdly, the city can already close nuisance properties. We've done so. We have a nuisance property list. Some are active cases right now, and the city is going to continue to do that. That is allowed, whether it's done under the city's municipal code, as has been done a number of times, or whether the city solicitor's office, sworn in as a special city attorney, takes that case to Superior Court, which has been done at least one time, I believe in District 4, with a nuisance business there. So, it helps to read the legislation. Most of it is our already existing nuisance code. All that this legislation does is actually adds guardrails around closure of businesses. Again, we can already close businesses. We have done so, we're continuing to do so. All this does is add a time frame of whether when you're first declared a nuisance, the judge may consider closure. Again, they can already do that. And 2, adds a repeat offender item to it, where if you are convicted of a nuisance, not if you had 2 shootings or even 2 murders, but when you were found guilty in a court of law, in a municipal court, because it doesn't apply to Superior Court, that the court shall issue closure after your second conviction. Of course, that could be, your first conviction could have been for 12, 13, 14 shootings and 2 murders. And the second conviction could be, for 5, 6, 10 shootings and 3 more murders. So this is a big problem in this city. Again, all this ordinance does that has caused such a stir is adds a definition of closure and adds a section called abatement closing that puts guardrails around closing businesses. So I appreciate the public feedback. We've had a lot in committee. We've had a lot in the work session. My hope was that we could hold this in the breast of council as the administration had requested, so that they would work with the nightlife division to further review this. But I do not have the support for that, so I am making that motion to send it back to committee.
Thank you. I would remind everyone we have a motion to refer. If the motion passes, it will be back in committee for discussion, so I don't want to go into a full debate of the underlying legislation right now. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Who's back there? Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer 22-0-1356.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 1 nay.
14 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to refer carries.
Thank you. That completes my report. I'll just remind everyone, as I'm sure all of our council members know, August 2nd, tomorrow, is National Night Out. I know many of us have many events in our neighborhoods, so hope to see some of you all out and about as we attend those events tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hillis. We'll now move to City Utilities Committee. It was actually chaired by Vice Chair Hillis, so I'll ask him to provide the report of the committee.
I can report that City Utilities has no report.
No report for City Utilities. Thank you, Vice Chair Hillis. We'll now move to Community Development Human Services Committee, Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple items. The first one is Ordinance 22-0-1536. Colleagues, it is number 1 on the Standing Committee report on page 45. For this particular item, I'll go ahead and read the ordinance and we'll go through the parliamentary procedure. This is an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier, substituted by Community Development and Human Services Committee, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development and other city departments to enter into a contractual agreement with various grant subrecipients, including in the 2022 Annual Action Plan, in accordance with the 2020 through 2024 Consolidated Plan to fund projects under the 2022 Community Development Block Grant Program, the 2022 Emergency Solutions Grant Program, the 2022 Home Investment Partnership Program, and the 2022 Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Program, in a total amount not to exceed $23,112,720.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the funds listed herein and for other purposes. Colleagues, before we move forward with any item, this does need to go into a public hearing, and before we do that, I believe we need to make a motion to go into the committee of the whole, so I'll make that motion.
Motion by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Wan to move into committee of the whole. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move into committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent of members present is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move in committee of the whole carries. We're now in committee of the whole.
All right. So I believe for public comment, I believe there was some challenge with getting the sign-in sheet for public comment. So I believe if there's public comment on this particular matter, we can take that public comment now. I need to open the public comment. Thank you so much. I would like to make the motion to open public comment.
There's a motion by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to open the public comment. Is there any discussion on the motion to open public comment? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to open public comment? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to open the public comment.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now in public comment.
All right. If there's anyone that would like to speak to this particular item, we'll give it a couple seconds. All right. Seeing no public comment, I'll go ahead and make the motion to come out of public hearing.
The motion by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari to close public comment. Is there any discussion on the motion to close public comment? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound unanimous consent of the motion to close public comment.
Unanimous consent of members present is 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to close public comment carries. We're now still in committee of the whole.
I would like to make the motion to move out of the committee whole back into the committee.
Motion by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Wan to move out of committee of the whole and back into regular session. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move out of committee of the whole? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent of members present, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We're now back in regular session.
All right, colleagues, so there is a substitute for this particular item. You should have received that substitute in your inbox. It just simply updates the account strings. I want to go ahead and make a motion to substitute.
Motion to substitute 22-0-1536, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Is there any discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing no discussion, we'll move to a vote on the motion to substitute. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to substitute 22-0-1536.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to substitute carries.
All right, colleagues, now that the motion has been substituted, I would like to move to adopt as substituted.
There's a motion to adopt 22-0-1536 as substituted. It does need a second. Councilmember Lewis is seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 22-0-1536 as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
All right. Next, we move into ordinances for second reading.
Mr. President, can I make a motion to send that action plan to the mayor's office post haste?
There's been a motion offered by Councilmember Westmoreland to move 22-0-1536 post haste. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the counter on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent, 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Chair Dozier.
All right. Next item under ordinances for second reading. This is the companion paper to what we discussed earlier under Councilmember Overstreet's zoning report. This is ordinance 22-0-1147, which is CDP-22-001. An ordinance by the Community Development and Human Services Committee to amend the land use element of the 2021 Atlanta Comprehensive Development Plan so as to redesignate property located at 4336 Cascade Road Southwest from the single-family residential land use designation to the medium-density residential land use designation and for other purposes. Colleagues, this was favorable on condition that the companion zoning committee paper associated with this paper have its own conditions satisfied, which was to attach an amendment site plan. That condition has been met, and so I want to go ahead and motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of committee, 22-0-1147. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote on the motion to adopt 22-0-1147. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote?
How you doing? I got one for you to sign.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 1 nay.
12 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries.
Colleagues, that concludes my legislative items, but before I depart, I do want to announce that the Community Development and Human Services Committee, jointly with the Finance and Executive Committee, will be hosting a work session on August 11th at 9 o'clock a.m. in these chambers around Hopwa. If y'all remember, back in March, we did kind of a round one for that work session. We are reconvening to discuss where things are with the Hopwa program, and I hope you all will join us for that. I'm sorry, my apologies. Not in here, it's in committee room 1. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Dozier. We'll now move to papers for immediate consideration. Chair Faroki, I'll call on you first.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Colleagues, I have 2 papers for immediate consideration. They are both related to a change in parking management at the airport that was approved earlier this year. And the reason we have these two papers for immediate consideration is related to two things. One, the new vendor has yet to finally execute the contract, so we need to pass a paper that I'll read in a second that extends the current operator on a month-to-month basis for no more than 6 months while they finalize the execution of the new contract. And then the second one makes a date change on the execution date of the contract with the new vendor. So the first one is ELMS ID number 30484. A resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroqi authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Aviation to enter into an amendment under number 1 for contract number FC7105 parking operation management services with ABM Lanier Hunt Atlanta Airport Parking at the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $21,169,233.00 and to extend the term of the contract on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 6 months and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta owns and operates Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, whereas pursuant to resolution number 16R4691 adopted by the City Council on December 5th, 2016 and approved by City Charter Section 2-403 on December 14th, 2016, the City executed agreement FC7105 Parking Operation Management Services, the agreement, effective as of May 18, 2017 with ABM Lanier Hunt Atlanta Airport Parking, herein referred to as ABM Lanier Hunt. And whereas the initial term of the agreement was for 3 years with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms at the city's sole discretion, and whereas pursuant to resolution number 20R4000 adopted by the City Council on June 1st, 2020, and approved per City Charter Section 2-403 on June 10th, 2020, the city exercised renewal option 1 for the agreement, extending the term through May 17th, 2021. And whereas pursuant to resolution number 21R3314 adopted by the City Council on May 3rd, 2021, and approved per the City Charter Section 2-403 on May 12, 2021. Resolution number 20R4000 was corrected by changing the term of the renewal option number 1 to be May 12, 2020 to May 11, 2021. And whereas pursuant to resolution number 21R3315 adopted by the City Council on May 3rd, 2021 and approved per City Charter Section 2-403 on May 12th, 2021, the city exercised renewal option number 2 for the agreement, extending the term for 1 year. And whereas the Chief Procurement Officer authorized a 90-day extension of the agreement, giving a new expiration date of August 10th, 2022, whereas the city is in the process of negotiating a new parking operation management services contract with a new vendor, and the Department of Aviation and the Department of Procurement have determined that additional time is required to complete the process, and whereas it is in the city's best interest to continue to receive services under the agreement until the procurement process for the new contract is completed, and whereas the Chief Procurement Officer, the Aviation General Manager, and ABM Lanier Hunt have agreed to continue the agreement for a period of up to 6 months, beginning August 12th, 2022, until a new parking operation management services contract is executed. And whereas the Aviation General Manager and Chief Procurement Officer have recommended that the city enter into amendment number 1 of the agreement to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $21,169,233.00 and to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 6 months. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the mayor or his designee is authorized to execute amendment number 1 to FC 7105 Parking Operation Management Services with ABM Lanier Hunt Atlanta Airport Parking to add additional funding in an amount not to exceed $21,169,233.00 and to extend the term of the agreement on a month-to-month basis for a period not to exceed 6 months. Be it further resolved that all services rendered by ABM Lanier Hunt to the city during extended term of the agreement shall be charged to and paid from 5501 Airport Revenue Fund, 180401 Aviation Parking, 5212001 Consulting Professional Services, 763000 Airport. Be it further resolved that the Chief Procurement Officer or his designee, in consultation with the City Attorney, is hereby directed to appropriate to prepare an appropriate amendment for execution by the mayor or his designee and approved by the city attorney as to form. Be it finally resolved that amendment number 1 to the agreement will not become binding on the city, and the city will incur no obligation or liability thereunder until it has been executed by the mayor, attested by the municipal clerk, approved as to form by the city attorney, and delivered to ABM Lanier Hunt. I will move to approve.
There's a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Elms ID 3484. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 30484.
Please hold. The vote is now open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. The second paper, Elms ID number 30531, is again to correct the date and term of the agreement with the new vendor, which is yet to be formally executed. A resolution to, Elms number 30531, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki to correct the resolution number 22R 3435 adopted by the City Council on May 16, 2022, and approved pursuant to the City Charter, Section 2-403 on May 5, 2022, by deleting the incorrect contract term included therein for RFP S1220141, Parking Operation Management Services at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with SP Plus Redbridge JV, and inserting the correct contract term of 5 years from the date of the execution of the agreement, and correcting the aggregate annual payment amounts and for other purposes. Whereas resolution number 22R 3435, the legislation, was adopted by the Atlanta City Council on May 16, 2022, and approved by City Charter Section 2-403 on May 25, 2022. Whereas the legislation authorized the City of Atlanta to enter into contract number RFP-S-1220141, Parking Operation Management Services with SP Plus Redbridge JV in an amount not to exceed $2,473,996.71 for an initial term of 5 years with an additional 1-year term to be exercised at the city's sole discretion. And whereas the legislation inadvertently listed the initial term as commencing on May 12, 2022 and continuing through May 11, 2027, and whereas it is the desire of the Department of Aviation and the Chief Procurement Officer to correct the legislation to reflect the correct term, which is for an initial term of 5 years commencing on the date of the execution of the agreement, and correcting how payments will be made over the term of the agreement. The City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, hereby resolves that resolution number 22R 3435 is corrected by deleting the incorrect contract term of 5 years commencing on May 12, 2022 and continuing through May 11, 2027, and replacing it with the correct contract term of 5 years with one-year renewal option to be exercised at the city's sole discretion, which shall be effective from the date of the execution of the agreement. Be it further resolved that the agreements not to exceed amount of $2,473,996.71 should be paid as follows. Fiscal year 2022, May 12th to June 30th, 2022, $58,338.71. Fiscal year 23, July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, $455,000. Fiscal year 24, July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, $468,650. Fiscal year 25, July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025, $482,710. Fiscal year 26, which is July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, $497,191. And finally, fiscal year 27, which runs from July 1, 2026 to May 11, 2027, at least that term under the contract, $512,000 $2,107. Right? Yeah. For a total of $2,473,996.71. Be it further resolved that all other provisions of the legislation shall remain unchanged and intact. I will move to approve.
There's a motion to adopt Elms 30, 50, 30, 531. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. Madam Deputy Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 30, 531.
The vote is now open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt Elms 30, 531 carries.
And I will move to send both these papers to the administration post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki, seconded by, who seconded that? Councilmember Juan, to move both Elms 30, 484 and 30, 531 post haste to the administration. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Deputy Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to send post haste.
Unanimous consent is 14 members present.
14 yeas, 0 nays. Motion carries to move post haste. Are there any other items for immediate consideration? All right, hearing none, we'll go to personal papers and other items. Birthday member, Councilmember Westmoreland. We'll call on you first.
It's really not my birthday, guys, but I'm going to take you.
I'm glad to see that the birthday balloon has returned to its proper place.
Elms number 30535, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute any documents necessary and appropriate to implement an agreement with the Atlanta Independent School System, APS, pursuant to which APS shall pay the city of Atlanta an amount not to exceed $2 million and 0 cents in order to reimburse the city for and to resolve any outstanding claims of the city for the principal and interest paid by the city to service the debt created on behalf of APS pursuant to the school bond constitutional amendment, amending the 2023 XXXXXX fund by adding to anticipations and appropriations in an amount of $2 million and 0 cents and for other purposes.
Elms 30535 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 30567, ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $2,500 from the Post to a Large Carry Forward account to the Grant Park Conservancy and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30567 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 3568, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $5,000 from the Post to a Large Carry Forward account to Trinity Community Ministries and for other purposes.
Elms ID 3568 will be referred to Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 30569, an ordinance by Councilmember Matt Westmoreland authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $25,000 from the Post to a Large Carry Forward account to the Atlanta Fire Rescue Foundation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30569 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 3 items today. First item is Elms 30552, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, an ordinance to allow a sidewalk waiver payment in the amount of $4,883.10 to be deposited into the District 1 Sidewalk Trust Fund for SD-22-013, 673 Hamilton Avenue, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30552 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30573, A resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston, a resolution to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation make the intersection of Grant Street Southeast and Bass Street Southeast an always stop control intersection, to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30573 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30537, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to the United Way of Greater Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter in an amount not to exceed $55,000.00 to act as a fiscal agent for administrative costs associated with the South Atlanta Production Assistant Training Program and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30537 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Cut that on. There we go. AMS number ID 30543, resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement SP-S-12300018, time clock replacement and licensing with Time Clock Plus on behalf of the Department of Atlanta Information Management, pursuant to Section 2-1191-1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal term options in the amount not to exceed $1,306,165.00. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30543 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
AMS number ID 30534, resolution by Councilmember Byron Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to extend the terms of FC-7522 inmate pharmacy services on behalf of the Department of Corrections with Correct RX Pharmacy Services Incorporated on a month-to-month basis, effective August 11, 2022, and continuing on a monthly basis for a period not to exceed 12 months in an amount not to exceed $350,000.00. All costs shall be charged to and paid from the account listed herein and for other purposes.
Could you repeat Elms ID on that?
AMS number 30534.
Elms ID 30534 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
AMS number 30521, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron Amos to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance, Part 3, Land Development Code, Part 16, Zoning, Chapter 37, Westside Affordable Workforce Housing District, Section 16-37.001, Scope of Regulations, Section 16-37.002, Findings and Statement of Intent, Section 16-37-003, Definitions, and Section 16-37-004, On-Site Affordability Requirement and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30521 will be referred to the Zoning Committee and the ZRB.
AMS number ID 30576, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, amending Resolution 14-R-4314, which established the City of Atlanta Public Schools Joint Committee to enhance educational outcomes, improve quality of life, and produce economic vitality in Atlanta for the purposes of amending the membership and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30576 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Last one, Mr. President, AMS number 30428, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Resolution number 22-R-3415, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on May 2nd, 2022, and approved per City Charter Section 2-403 on May 11, 2022, which established a short-term rental commission to promote awareness of the City of Atlanta short-term rental policy by modifying the membership of the commission and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30428 will be referred to the CDHS committee. Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is Elms ID number 30562. It's a resolution by Council Member Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Liliana Bakhtiari, Keisha Waits, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Howard Shook, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Andrea Boone, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, and Alex Wan, requesting that the mayor or his designee to conduct a feasibility study of legacy business programs in other cities in order to create a City of Atlanta program focused on protecting and preserving legacy Atlanta-based businesses and institutions and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30562 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
All right, the next item is Elms ID number 30571, a resolution by Council Member Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation to apply for a fiscal year 2022 United States Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All grant in an amount not to exceed $30 million and 0 cents for the implementation of the prior and central Safe Street and Protected Bike Lanes project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30571 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That concludes my legislative items.
Thank you. Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Thank you, Council President. We have 4 papers today. First paper, Elms ID number 30575, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Gibson Street Southeast and Northern Avenue Southeast, Holsclaw Street Southeast, and Northern Avenue Southeast be made at always stop controlled intersections, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at these intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30575 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30544, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Hosea L. Williams Drive Northeast and Willowwood Circle Southeast be made an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30544 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30545, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Trotty Street Northeast and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30545 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID number 30561, an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance to extend the closing date under the purchase and sale agreement between Heritage Capital Partners, LLC, and the City of Atlanta for certain property located in land lot 176, District 15, nope, that's supposed to be District 5, Atlanta, DeKalb County, Georgia, commonly known as 770 Shadow Ridge Drive, Atlanta, DeKalb County, tax parcel ID 15-176-02074 through September 30th, 2022, in accordance with Section 2-1541 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30561 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Wan.
Thank you, Council President. First one is Elms ID 30524. It's an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor or his designee to install a pedestrian crosswalk connecting Morningside Village Shopping Mall at 1402 North Highland Avenue Northeast and 1397 North Highland Avenue Northeast, specifically between the Family Dog and NOAX and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30524 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Next one is Elms ID 30525, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Berkshire Road Northeast, East Sussex Road Northeast, and Barclay Place Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30525 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And Elms ID 30526, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Lennox Road Northeast and Wildwood Road Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30526 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
All right, Elms ID 30527, it's an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of East Morningside Drive Northeast and Cumberland Place Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30527 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30528, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection at the 90-degree bend of Adena Drive Northeast and the 2300 block of Adena Drive Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30528 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30529, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Adena Drive Northeast and Parkland Drive Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30529 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30530, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices or speed tables on Wildwood Road Northeast between Wellborn Road Northeast and Lennox Road Northeast, to waive certain provisions of Section 13884D of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30530 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
All right, Elms 30555, a resolution to amend Resolution 21-R-3040, pursuant to which the City of Atlanta Alcohol Technical Advisory Group 3, ATAG 3, was established to conduct a review and to identify recommendations for changes to the City of Atlanta's City of Atlanta's alcohol beverage licensing process in order to amend the ATAG 3 meeting location requirements in acknowledgement of the return to in-person meetings, to extend the time by which ATAG 3 must complete its review and recommendations such that it will be within 12 months of its first meeting, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30555 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms ID 30570, resolution authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30570 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And Elms ID 30572, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Park Drive Northeast and Orm Circle Northeast an always stop controlled intersection, to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30572 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Wan. Just before Councilmember Shook comes up, please come up. I just want to make a correction to a referral. Elms ID 30534, which was Councilmember Amos's, that should actually go to Public Safety, not to FEC. So please refer that to Public Safety Committee. With that, Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. Elms 30532 is an ordinance by Shook authorizing the mayor, authorizing the CFO to execute a master lease agreement with a financial institution yet to be named for the acquisition of up to 2,866 portable radios on behalf of the police and fire departments in an amount not to exceed $14 million.
Elms ID 30532 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 30566 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to execute a special procurement for the SP indicated public awareness campaign with Jacobs Eye LLC on behalf of the Compliance Division of the Office of the Inspector General for a term of 1 year with one-year renewal option at city sole discretion in an amount not to exceed $120,000 for the initial term for the provision of branding and marketing services, all contracted funds being charged to and paid from, etc.
Elms ID 30566 will be jointly referred to the Finance Exec Committee and the Committee on Council.
Lastly, Elms 30565 is an ordinance by Shook authorizing a donation in amount not to exceed $2,500 from the District 7 carry forward amount to Helping Empower Youth, known as HAY, to support efforts to improve opportunities for youth and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30565 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Norwood.
Elms 29673, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Collier Road Northwest and Overbrook Drive Northwest an always stop controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 29673 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
303, Elms 30366, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Paris Ferry Road and Tuxedo Road an always stopped controlled intersection to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30366 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30367, an ordinance by Councilwoman Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Colonial Homes Drive Northwest between Peachtree Street Northeast and South Colonial Homes Circle Northwest and for other purposes. And that should be Peachtree Street Northwest. It's only on the western side.
Elms ID 30367 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next is 30368, an ordinance by Councilmember Mary Norwood authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Peachtree Memorial Drive Northwest and between Peachtree Road Northwest and the dead end of Peachtree Memorial Drive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30368 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
An ordinance, this is Elms 30397, an ordinance by Council Members Dustin R. Hillis and Byron Amos to extend the moratorium on the acceptance of any application for special administrative permit, special use permit, special exception land disturbance permit, or building permit for which a special administrative permit has not been applied for or relating to certain specified uses within the Upper West Side Improvement District Master Plan Study Area established by Ordinance 22-01160 for a period not to exceed 180 days and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30397 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and Finance Exec Committees.
This is Elms ID 30540, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersections of Huff Road Northwest and Fairmont Avenue Northwest, Culpeper Street Northwest and Fairmont Avenue Northwest, and Culpeper Street Northwest and English Street Northwest in the Blandtown neighborhood, always stop controlled intersections to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30540 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 30541, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Merida Road Northwest and Spring Avenue Northwest and the intersection of Merida Road Northwest and Ellen Street Northwest in the Hills Park neighborhood always stop controlled intersections to authorize the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersections and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30541 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial Officer of the City of Atlanta to amend the FY 2023 budget by transferring funds from the Planning Private Property Demolition Fund and adding funds to the Atlanta Police Department Private Property Demolition Fund in the amount of $3 million and 0 cents for the purpose of providing funds for the performance of the in-rim demolition of dilapidated structures and for other purposes.
Is there an Elms ID on that?
Sorry, 30557.
30557 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 30564.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. And I jointly refer to Finance Exec and Public Safety. Apologies. Please proceed.
Next is Elms ID 30564. A resolution by Council Members Dustin Hillis and Matt Westmoreland authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000 and 0 cents to Grove Park renewal pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support the construction of deep, long-term, and affordable housing in the rapidly gentrifying Grove Park community, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30564 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 30533, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to authorize the mayor or his designee to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to execute a master lease agreement with a financial institution to be identified for the acquisition of 3 Spartan 1,500 gallons per minute custom reserve fire pumpers on behalf of the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department in an amount not to exceed $2,154,915.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30533 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Last one is Elms ID 30539, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget in an amount not to exceed $12,000,000 by transferring funds from the uncommitted fund balance to support the acquisition of 75 acres of land from the Conservation Fund to increase parks, green space, recreation, and watershed land in the city and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30539 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Completes my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 30547, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Howell Terrace from Howell Drive Southwest to Boulder Park Drive Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30547 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30548, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Harmer Circle Northwest and Linkwood Road Northwest.
Elms ID 30348 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30481, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the reemployment of City of Atlanta Department of Corrections employee Stephanie Scruggs, Revenue Collection Supervisor, under Section 3505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30481 will refer to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms number 30479, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into an intergovernmental agreement, MOU, with the Georgia Vocational Rehabilitation Agency for the operation and management of Cafe 55, located at City Hall, and a smoothie snack bar located in the City of Atlanta Employee Wellness Center on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management and the Department of Human Resources and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30479 will refer to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 30369, an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-881 for package stores listed to sell malt beverages and or wine at an establishment located at 510 Fairburn Road, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331.
Elms ID 30369 will refer to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms number 30546, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Howell Drive from Martin Luther King Jr. Drive Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30546 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30553, a resolution requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation and the Georgia Department of Transportation to work in collaboration to install a left turn signal at the Trinity Avenue Southwest and Pryor Road intersection Southwest due to accidents causing injuries to 2 City of Atlanta employees and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30553 will refer to the Transportation Committee.
Elms number 30478, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone and Dustin Hillis, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make a donation to House Proud Atlanta, Inc. for the purpose of providing home repairs for seniors in an amount not to exceed $100,000, authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement to contribute to the funding of home repairs of seniors in Districts 9 and 10 through a donation to House Proud Atlanta, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to transfer donation donations in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 as a charitable donation pursuant to the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Section 6306, all costs to be paid from the account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30478 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. Elms number 30580, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the 2015 Municipal Facilities Bond to transfer $153,000.00 from the District 11 Renew Atlanta Bond account to assist with road safety improvements in Adams Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30580 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 30581, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install appropriate traffic calming devices on DeLoe Drive Southwest and Boulevard Granada Southwest to facilitate road safety improvements in Adams Park and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30581 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
EMS ID number 30536, a resolution by Council Members Marcy Collier Overstreet, Keisha Waits, Andrea Boone, Michael Bond, Alex Wan, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Dozier, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Byron Amos, Amir Faroki, Liliana Bakhtiari, and Councilmember Antonio Lewis, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000.00 to Choose Atlanta 2024, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the Atlanta's Charter to support the significant economic impact of public safety investment that would result from Atlanta hosting the 2024 Democratic National Convention, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30536 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to encourage youth and entrepreneurship by requesting that the mayor or his designee review existing ELMS number 30520. Right? A resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis. This is called the Water Stand and Lemonade Stand Resolution. It's with Councilmember Bakhtiari, Councilmember Dozier, and Councilmember Winston, to encourage the youth in entrepreneurship by requesting that the mayor or his designee review existing regulations requiring any licensing, permitting, or payment of fees for youth under the age of 14 and a half to legally operate in temporary vending stands on private property, to report findings and recommendations, removing burdensome requirements to the City Council within 30 days and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30520 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
And ELMS 30549, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Arthur Langford Parkway and Lincoln Street Southwest to Lincoln Street Southwest and Taft Street Southwest, and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 30349 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
An ordinance by ELMS 30550, An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Astor Avenue Southwest at the intersection of Sylvan Ridge Drive and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30550 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 30551. An ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis, an ordinance authorizing the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Lincoln Street Southwest and Thornton Place Southwest to Thornton Street Southwest and Pryor Road Southwest and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30551 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And lastly, a resolution. Elms 30542, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis and Councilmember Keisha Shawn Waits. A resolution requesting that during the 2023 session of the Georgia General Assembly, the General Assembly vests local governments, including counties and municipalities, with the specific authority to utilize their police powers in order to enact regulations of retail gas stations, service stations, and convenience stores, to require installation of surveillance cameras, and to require integration of cameras to the local police department, public safety networks, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30542 will be jointly referred to the Public Safety and the Finance Exec Committees.
And we have Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Winston, Councilmember Dozer, and Councilmember Overstreet, who all signed on to that as well.
And Councilmember Bond would like to add his name.
Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance by Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta, Georgia, city to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Fulton County Sheriff and Fulton County of Georgia for the temporary housing of adult Fulton County detainees at the Atlanta City Detention Center in the custody of the Fulton County, which have been charged with or convicted of violating federal, state, or local law, or held as material witnesses on an as-needed basis, where the number of Fulton County detainees so housed at the ACDC at one time shall not exceed 700 detainees for a term period not to be exceeded of 4 years, with no renewal term options, with such an agreement to be revenue generating for the such revenues to be deposited into the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30574 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
All right. Thank you for that, because the Elms number wasn't listed on the sheet. Elms number 30578, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to accept a donation of food and food service donations for a ceremony to be hosted in recognition of India's celebration of their 75th year of independence. Such a donation should not exceed blank and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30578 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Okay, I've got an ordinance signed by several council members, of whom I apologize, the signatures I cannot make out, but I've got Waits, Boone, Jason Dozier, and several others. I'm sorry, they're illegible. An ordinance to erect a historical marker in front of the Lottie Watkins building at 1065 Ralph David Abernathy Boulevard to honor the late Lottie Watkins, civil rights advocate former Georgia House of Representative and the first African American woman in Atlanta to earn a real estate license, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30523 will be referred to the Community Development Human Services Committee.
Next, we have Elms ID 30519, a resolution by Councilmember Bond and other council members requesting the Department of Enterprise Asset Management to add the national flag of India to the current display of flags located in the City Hall atrium in recognition of India's 75 years of independence, as celebrated August the 15th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30519 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID number 30522, a resolution by Councilmember Bond and others requesting the Department of Enterprise Asset Management to add the national flag of Pakistan to the current display of flags located in the City Hall atrium in recognition of 75 years of independence, celebrated on August the 14th, 2022, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30522 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance authorizing a donation of an amount not to exceed $250.00 from the Post One at Large Carry Forward account to the Historic Collier Heights Neighborhood Association for supporting ongoing neighborhood projects and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30579 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
That concludes my papers, Mr.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Waits.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to read Elms number 30558. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits. A resolution requiring the City of Atlanta to commission an independent appraisal of the Atlanta City Detention Center to determine the true market value of the building and property in order to make an informed decision regarding the highest and best use of the asset and funds allocated to the operations at that site, and to identify funding for the creation of a Center for Equity as suggested in the final feasibility report of the Reimagining ACDC Task Force, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30558 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Yes, sir. Finally, Elms number 30588. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits. This is a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to repurpose the Atlanta City Detention Center into a separate diversion center and include mental health, drug and alcohol treatment services, space for nonprofit service providers, space for a warrant clearing center, space for a job training facility, low barrier income shelter, and offer transitional housing, and to name the center the John Robert Lewis Center for Equity, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30588 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee. Mr. Lewis would like to be added to that paper, Councilmember Waits. Okay, two quick ones just that were accidentally overlooked. Councilmember Faroki.
It was my penance for immediate consideration papers. Elms ID number 30560, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki to amend Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 1, Section 2-190B, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-196, Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-197, and Chapter 2, Article 4, Section 2-201 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to establish the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to create the appropriate department organizations, and to anticipate and appropriate the necessary funding in connection with the creation of the Mayor's Office of International Immigrant Affairs, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer and the Commissioner of the Department of Human Resources to transfer any positions currently assigned to any office or department operating under the executive branch to the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, as shall be necessary to facilitate the immediate commencement of the operation of the Mayor's Office of International and Immigrant Affairs, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 30560, we refer to the Finance Exec Committee. Councilmember Hillis.
Elms 30538. Resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis amending Resolution 21R 3869 adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 4, 2021, establishing the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center Community Stakeholder Advisory Committee to amend the manner in which members may be appointed to the committee to allow for future appointees to be submitted in the form of a communication and confirmed by the Atlanta City Council and for other purposes.
Items ID 30538 will refer to the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other papers for today? If not, we'll move to general remarks. Are there any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to announce that this week's HelloFresh will be on Forest Hills Drive at the Hosea Helps headquarters. We are partnered with Second Helpings Atlanta and HelloFresh and Pratt Industries to distribute over 8,000 meals a week to deserving Atlanta families. There's no prerequisite to receive this benefit, and so all who need it can come and avail themselves of it. Also, I'd like to thank our partners from this past weekend. We did a huge event over on Metropolitan Avenue where we distributed, along with our partners, almost 5,000 book bags. I have to give a great amount of accolades to Maximum Impact that provided food, meals, dental screenings, haircuts, medipedis, manicures, pedicures, free food, free school supplies, free book bags to the community. It was quite overwhelming. I was not expecting to see the kind of results that were out there. So I just want to give a high compliment to Priscilla and those from Maximum Impact who came out to the community, and all of those in the community folks who helped to partner and to come in. And of course the pastor of Victory Outreach Church who provided his space for the event. I mean, it was just tremendous. It made a real believer out of me that you can't beat God-given, because these folks gave everything to the community for free this weekend. And so just want to give them a big shout out, and I am going to do my damnedest to work with them again on something else of community outreach. So with that, I withdraw, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Any other members? Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to give a thank you to the Howell Mill Road Juicy Crab location for joining me in partnership for a back-to-school drive. We were able to serve several hundred families on this morning. And finally, the next Public Safety Commission meeting will be held on August 11th. This is on a Thursday here at City Hall at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? General remarks? Hearing none, we'll move to the adjourning roll call. Madam Deputy Clerk. Madam Deputy Clerk, please call the adjourning roll call.
Council President Shipman.
Present.
Council members Bond. Here. Westmoreland. Waits. Present. Winston. Here. Faroki. Amos. Here. Dozier. Present. Bakhtiari. Juan. Shook. Norwood. Hillis, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you all very much.